On behalf of the Government, I propose the motion asking Dáil Éireann to support the draft agreement on the withdrawal of the United Kingdom from the European Union. This agreement was reached at negotiators' level on the 14th of November 2018 and includes the draft protocol on Ireland and Northern Ireland, of which it forms an integral part. After almost 20 months of intensive and difficult negotiations, I ask the House to join with me in welcoming this agreement and also the outline of the joint political declaration on the future relationship between the EU and the UK. It is an agreement that fully secures the negotiating objectives we set out at the start. Most importantly, it fully protects the Good Friday Agreement and ensures the avoidance of a hard border on the island of Ireland. I am pleased that Prime Minister May has secured Cabinet's approval for the draft agreement. On Sunday, President Tusk will convene a meeting of the European Council with a view to it formally endorsing the draft withdrawal agreement, including the protocol on Ireland and Northern Ireland, and also the joint political declaration on the future relationship. It's worth restating that we have always said that we regret the decision of the UK to leave the European Union. The United Kingdom is our closest neighbour and is a friend, and we're bound together by geography, centuries of shared history, culture, kinship and trade. So we deeply regret that the UK chose to leave the European Union, a union which together we have helped to shape over the past 45 years. However, we respect the vote of the British people. We also regret that the British Government and Parliament have ruled out ongoing membership of the EU Customs Union, Single Market and European Economic Area, thus limiting the scope for a solution. Nonetheless, we respect their decision to do so. At the outset, we agreed our unique concerns and identified our priorities for the negotiations, and these have stayed constant throughout. These priorities are protecting the peace in the Good Friday Agreement, preserving the common travel area and all of the associated benefits for our citizens, minimising the impact on trade, jobs and the economy, and reaffirming our place at the heart of a strong and prosperous European Union. On each of these priorities, we've reached a satisfactory outcome. From the very start, we worked to ensure that our unique concerns were understood by our EU partners, the Member States and EU institutions. And as Taoiseach, I've had formal bilateral meetings with the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Austria, Hungary, Greece, Finland, Estonia, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Bulgaria, Romania and Croatia, either here in Dublin or in their capitals, to emphasise these issues. I've also met many times with the Presidents of the European Council, European Parliament and European Commission, as well as our Chief Negotiator, Michel Barnier, and the Head of the European Parliament's Brexit Steering Group. And I've used the EPP network of sister parties of Fine Gael as well to Ireland's advantage. The House will know that President Juncker, President Tusk, Michel Barnier, President Tajani and Chancellor Merkel are both interlocutors and party colleagues. I've attended 11 formal and informal meetings of the European Council, as well as many other international meetings where I've engaged with EU leaders to explain and to contextualise our unique concerns and to ensure that our priorities were taken on board. The Taoiseach Simon Coveney, the Minister for European Affairs Helen McEntee and their predecessors have traversed the continent to engage with relevant EU counterparts. Other ministers have met with their counterparts at official level. There have been extensive and detailed consultations, and I'd like to thank all concerned for their hard work and personal commitment, especially officials in my own department, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and the PERM rep in Brussels, as well as our ambassadors and diplomats on the ground in Member State capitals. I'd also like to recognise the members of this House who have played their part in helping to ensure that Ireland's concerns were communicated and understood through their party networks and also through interparliamentary networks. All of these efforts have been reflected in a series of European Council guidelines, Commission communications and European Parliament resolutions, and in speeches and statements made by EU leaders across Europe. They've taken Ireland's concerns to heart and have made them European concerns and priorities for EU negotiators. At the core of these concerns lies our awareness of the tragic history of violence in Northern Ireland and also in Ireland and Britain. After 20 years of relative peace, we're determined to ensure that there can be no return to the past. So the Government has been determined to protect the Good Friday Agreement, an internationally and legally binding agreement in all its parts. The absence of a hard border has been critical to what has been achieved north-south and the development of the all-island economy and practical cooperation in areas like health and education, infrastructure and tourism. We've insisted that there could be no going back on this and no new barriers to the movement of people or commerce. The draft withdrawal agreement provides that in the event it is required after the period of transition, the UK and the EU will establish a shared custom territory. Northern Ireland will apply some additional rules for goods and ensure that there will be no need for a hard border between North and South. To facilitate this and to ensure that there can be no unfair competitive advantage, the agreement also provides that if the backstop is invoked, rules to ensure a level playing field in areas such as environment, state aid and labour standards will apply. The Union's Customs Code will apply to Northern Ireland so that businesses there do not face obstacles in accessing the single market for goods, including here south of the border. Northern Ireland business will continue to enjoy unfettered access to the Great Britain market, as well as that of the whole of the European Union. The text says that if this backstop would apply, it should apply unless and until alternative arrangements are found to supersede it, that make it no longer necessary in part or in full. It is therefore intended to be temporary and to act as a bridge to a future relationship. As I've said many times before, I hope and believe that those alternative arrangements will be negotiated. It is, however, important that we now have the insurance policy we need if all other efforts fail to produce a better solution. The agreement also provides a mechanism for review of the backstop, which would allow it to cease to apply in whole or in part if and when a better solution is agreed that supersedes it. It is important to underscore that any such decision would be a joint one for the European Union and the United Kingdom to take together. Therefore, the agreement says that there can be no unilateral withdrawal from the backstop if it is ever activated. The draft withdrawal agreement contains other important commitments and assurances regarding the Good Friday Agreement, closer North-South cooperation and the all-island economy. Once again, I'd like to say that we have no hidden agenda or motivation here, and the draft withdrawal agreement states in black and white that Ireland and the European Union fully respect the constitutional status of Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom, and that this can only change if the majority of people in Northern Ireland vote for it to change. It ensures that there will be no diminution of rights, safeguards and equality of opportunity as set out in the Good Friday Agreement, and recognises the right of people in Northern Ireland to identify as Irish, become Irish citizens and therefore be European citizens as well. It also ensures that Ireland and the UK can continue to operate the common travel area. This means that the arrangements that have enabled us to live, work, study, access services in each other's countries as though we were citizens of both will continue into the future. It confirms that the single electricity market will be maintained on the island of Ireland, and confirms that peace and Interreg funding will continue, and this is really important for Northern Ireland and also the border counties. It's important to note that the UK agrees that it will facilitate the transit of goods moving to and from Ireland. This is significant as the UK land bridge is the most important route from Ireland to mainland Europe, and of course Ireland is a land bridge to Great Britain for a lot of exporters in Northern Ireland. The agreement provides a basis on which we can avoid a hard Brexit, which would see the United Kingdom crash out of the European Union without an agreement. It secures the necessary endorsement, if it secures the necessary endorsement in Westminster next month and the consent of the European Parliament, there will be a period of transition which will run until at least the end of December 2020. As we approach the end of this period of transition, the UK will be empowered to ask for the period of transition to be extended on one occasion, if agreement on a future relationship that would avoid a hard border is not yet in place. I've acknowledged the integrity of Prime Minister May in honouring her promise to protect the peace process and the Good Friday Agreement, and her commitment, despite many difficulties along the way, to avoid a hard border on the island of Ireland. For our part, we have consistently said that we're absolutely committed to working with Prime Minister May and the UK Government to secure a deep, comprehensive and ambitious future relationship between the UK and the European Union, so that the backstop does not need to be invoked in full or in part. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation and gratitude to all of our EU partners, my fellow members of the European Council, the European Parliament and the Commission. They've understood our unique concerns and made them our concerns, and they've shown unwavering solidarity in ensuring that these have been taken into account in the draft withdrawal agreement. Many people predicted that in the final moment our European partners would turn on us or put pressure on us. That didn't happen. We've had unwavering solidarity and support throughout. In particular, I want to acknowledge the commitment and professionalism of Michel Barnier, Sabine Weyand and their team, with whom we've worked extremely closely over the past 20 months. There could be no better example of the advantages of EU membership for a small country. Sometimes when people calculate the value of EU membership, they talk about how much you pay into the budget and how much you get out. But the intangible benefits of being part of the largest free trade area in the world, of a single currency, and the intangible benefits of solidarity among 27 member states are incalculable and enormous, and we've seen that demonstrated for Ireland in recent months. So no matter what happens anywhere else, Ireland will stay a fully committed member of the European Union. It's a home that we've built together and is where we will stay. Ceann Comhairle, the draft agreement represents a finely balanced compromise between the concerns and priorities of all 28 countries involved. Finalising and approving it is the best way of ensuring an orderly withdrawal. I'll attend the special meeting of the European Council in Brussels this Sunday, the 25th of November, and I hope and expect that EU leaders will be in a position there to sign off on the draft withdrawal agreement and the joint political declaration. It is my sincere wish that the withdrawal agreement will then receive the necessary approval of both Westminster and the European Parliament. It represents a good outcome for Ireland and for the EU as a whole, and for the UK itself. It protects people's jobs and the economy, and defends the rights and freedoms of our citizens. And I commend this motion to the House.
You have 18 minutes.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. As the Taoiseach has said, Ireland and the UK share profound and strong ties across so many areas which have benefited greatly from both countries' membership of the European Union. There could never, in my view, therefore, be a positive outcome to our closest neighbour and friend leaving a European Union that we joined together in 1973. That remains the case today. While we respect the UK vote, we think it's bad for Britain, we think it's bad for Europe, and we think it's bad for Ireland too. Since the decision was taken in 2016, however, and even before it was reached, the Government has sought to ensure that we in Ireland can minimise the negative impact of Brexit for this island. We have had clear objectives throughout, centred on protecting our peace process, the Good Friday Agreement, and our common travel area, and avoiding any return to the borders or tensions of the past. We couldn't expect all EU governments would be familiar with the detail of these concerns, but we did feel they'd listen. And in truth, they have gone on to do so much more than that. Prime Ministers and Foreign Ministers took the time to visit the border for themselves and to see how it facilitates peace, North-South cooperation and our all-island economy in terms of how it functions today. And the solidarity that flowed from these visits and the meetings became a powerful shared bond across the 27 states in Brussels. Michel Barnier channelled that shared outlook and with determination and great skill and subtlety throughout. He has been a formidable chief negotiator for the EU and for Ireland, leading a highly talented team that we have got to know very well. Over the past 2 years, the complexity of the United Kingdom's departure from the EU and the scale of the challenge it presents has become only too clear. The draft withdrawal agreement, which has been achieved by both sets of negotiators, represents real compromise by both sides. It provides the best way of ensuring that the UK's departure can happen in an orderly manner, avoiding the UK crashing out with all of the severe consequences that would undoubtedly bring. The withdrawal agreement covers all elements of the UK's withdrawal from the EU. This includes the protection of the UK and EU citizens' rights, as well as protecting the current EU budget. It provides for the orderly winding down of current arrangements across the broad spectrum of EU cooperation, as well as the governance structures for the implementation of the agreement. It also includes protocols on Gibraltar and the British sovereign bases in Cyprus. Importantly, the agreement provides for a period of transition up until December 2020, during which EU rules and regulations will continue to apply to the UK. This will allow for the negotiations on an agreement on the future relationship between the EU and UK, which we hope will be deep and comprehensive. The transition period also should provide certainty to citizens and businesses as we continue our preparation for a new relationship with the United Kingdom outside of the European Union. It is welcome that the agreement now includes an option to extend this transition if more time is needed to complete negotiations and conclude a comprehensive future relationship, something I have long argued would be necessary in time. Ceann Comhairle, crucially, this draft agreement meets Ireland's key objective of protecting the Good Friday Agreement in all its parts, with a protocol on Ireland and Northern Ireland to address issues specific to this island. The protocol underpins in a dynamic way continued North-South cooperation and the all-island economy. It acknowledges the common travel area whereby Irish and British people can live, work, study and access healthcare, social security and public services in each other's jurisdictions. In many ways, the common travel area has become almost a mutual recognition of citizenship on these islands. The agreement includes important commitments to ensure no diminution of rights, safeguards and equality of opportunity as set out in the Good Friday Agreement, and confirms that people in Northern Ireland will continue to enjoy their rights as EU citizens. This will remain a significant priority for the Government throughout the Brexit process. We will do our utmost to ensure that the rights of citizens in Northern Ireland are protected to the fullest possible extent. The withdrawal agreement provides for continued support for North-South peace and Interreg funding programmes. It also preserves the single electricity market, which is crucial for the interests of Northern Ireland in particular, but for the island as a whole as well. Vitally, nothing in the agreement will prejudice the constitutional status of Northern Ireland and the principle of consent as set out in the Good Friday Agreement. This is explicitly laid out in the first clause of the first article in the protocol, and it is there for good reason. Ceann Comhairle, most importantly, the protocol includes a backstop to prevent the re-emergence of a hard border on this island in all circumstances. The backstop is an insurance policy which we hope will never be used. It remains our priority to achieve a future EU-UK agreement that can, in its own right, maintain an open border while protecting North-South cooperation and our all-island economy. The withdrawal agreement itself includes a best endeavours clause that commits both sides to pursue this aim. Over the next 2 years, we will work closely with our EU partners and indeed with the UK to fulfil that commitment. However, if it is not possible within that time, the draft agreement provides for the transition period to be extended once for a time-limited period. If there is no subsequent agreement at the end of that extended transition, then the backstop can apply. The UK-wide customs territory, which would apply under the backstop, will involve no tariffs or quotas and include well-established rules with regard to ensuring a level playing field. Northern Ireland would remain aligned to those rules of the single market that are indispensable to avoiding a hard border. The only exception to those measures would be fishing, because I think there is a recognition on both sides that there is a detailed negotiation required to get a future relationship agreement on fishing that is balanced and fair. A review mechanism for the backstop allows that these provisions can cease to apply in whole or in part once a better solution can be found. The agreement makes clear, however, that this decision cannot be taken unilaterally, but must be taken jointly by the EU and the UK. This translates the UK's political commitment to avoid a hard border on the island of Ireland into a legal guarantee. And I would like to pay tribute to Prime Minister May in following through in full on her important commitments last December and again last March to this island as a whole. Ceann Comhairle, the focus now is to ensure that the agreement will be endorsed by a special meeting of the European Council on Sunday next, the 25th of November, together with a political declaration on the framework for the EU-UK future relationship, and hopefully we'll see the text of that declaration later on this evening. The European Parliament will also have to provide its consent before the EU formally conclude the withdrawal agreement. At the same time, the UK must ratify the agreement according to its own constitutional arrangements. All going well, and I accept that that is a significant caveat. From the 30th of March 2019, we will start the considerable work of negotiating a comprehensive and deep future relationship. Our goal has always been for this to be the closest possible relationship between Britain and Ireland and between the UK and the EU. The draft political declaration expresses the hope of all sides that it should be as deep and as comprehensive as possible. In doing this, of course, we must also maintain the integrity of the EU's single market and customs rules. Unfortunately, however, as we know very well, developments over the coming weeks cannot be taken for granted. The Government therefore continues to advance extensive and detailed Brexit preparedness and contingency work across all departments and state agencies. This addresses the full range of Brexit scenarios to make sure Ireland is ready no matter what may come in the future. The Government has focused on preparedness measures needed on an east-west basis, preparing our ports and airports. The first phase of a recruitment programme of approximately 1,000 staff for customs and SPS controls, in addition to ICT and infrastructure measures, is already underway. This initial phase of recruitment will see staff in place by the end of March next year. The intention is that further recruitment will take place during the transition period. Planning is also in place to allow for these measures to be accelerated or adapted in the case of no deal. In a number of key areas, it will be at the EU level that the appropriate response and mitigation will be needed. We have also actively engaged with the European Commission and its Brexit Preparedness Unit in areas where the lead policy role lies with the EU. For instance, we are working closely with the Commission and other affected Member States to ensure continued effective use of the UK land bridge. This includes preparing EU ports to facilitate transit of EU products through the UK once it leaves the EU. In Ireland, a cross-departmental land bridge project group, chaired by my department, coordinates our approach here. This is a priority, given its importance in getting Irish products to market in Europe, in particular with regard to the agri-food sector. This work is intensifying and good progress, I'm glad to say, is being made. The importance has been recognised and agreed in the protocol of the draft withdrawal agreement, which reaffirms the commitment of the UK to facilitate efficient and timely transit. I welcome the UK's formal notification of its intention to join the Common Transit Convention, which would play an important role in ensuring Irish access to the rest of the EU using the UK as a land bridge. In our last two budgets, we have already announced a wide array of supports for business to better inform business and the public at large. The Government has also overseen a coordinated communication and outreach campaign through the Brexit website, social media and, of course, public events. The Getting Ireland Brexit Ready public information campaign has seen very successful outreach events held through October in Cork, in Galway, in Monaghan, in Dublin, with further events this week in Limerick and next week in Letterkenny. In conclusion, Ceann Comhairle, we are grateful for the support and the advice received from all sides of this House. We need to sustain this effort now. Leaders and spokespersons with sister parties in the UK need to ensure our British colleagues are fully seized of the protections for this island and our peace process in the agreement currently under consideration. And I am on the record as stating that parties with a vote in these landmark decisions should use that franchise in the interests of all the people on this island. As Theresa May has acknowledged, these are now difficult days as she tries to gain support in the House of Commons for this hard-won deal that has taken 2 years to put together. We can only hope the arguments which hold sway in the coming weeks are economic ones, practical ones, and aware of our shared history rather than forgetful of what we have overcome together. Support of this House for the draft withdrawal agreement, I am sure, will send a strong signal ahead of the European Council on Sunday that Ireland is behind this deal fully. And I therefore ask the Dáil to support this motion. I know that there are 2 amendments to the motion that we have proposed this evening. In relation to the Sinn Féin amendment in particular, can I say that I agree with the sentiment in it, and I agree with the words in it. But I don't think it's helpful for us to take away from the core message that we're trying to send from this House tonight, which is that we support the text of the withdrawal agreement that was agreed by the British Government last week and agreed by the EU negotiating team as well. I think it is time that we kept our message simple and clear, that we have, I hope, all parties' support for that text of last week. And while, of course, parties could add a lot to it in terms of emphasising points, we could have written a much, much longer motion outlining many of the things in the motion that I've outlined and that Taoiseach has outlined in his speech. But I think that potentially loses the opportunity that we have tonight to be crystal clear on one message. And that message has to be that the withdrawal agreement text of last week is fully supported across all parties in this Parliament, in this Dáil. And so I would ask parties to please support us in that singular effort, rather than looking to add to this motion, making points that are understandable and valid, but in a way, in my view, that takes away from the clarity of what we are trying to achieve this evening in terms of a clear, simple statement from Ireland that the text that was agreed last week we fully support, and we're encouraging others to do the same. Thank you.
Now, Deputy Martin, you're sharing with colleagues.
Yes, I'm sharing my time with Deputy Lisa Chambers and Deputy Sean Haughey. This weekend's summit is an important moment as Europe works to create some shape and direction out of the dark, chaotic and destructive Brexit of 2000. Sorry? Thank you for your consideration and care. Dark, chaotic and destructive Brexit vote of 2016. If things go as well as possible, the withdrawal treaty will be agreed and will then go forward to the United Kingdom Parliament and European Parliament for ratification. This would be extremely welcome, but it is important that we do not waste this rare full debate on Brexit by ignoring the fact that not only is the short-term outcome uncertain, there is still no clarity on many long-term issues. Even more importantly, Ireland is today well behind where it should be in preparing for the inevitable impact of Brexit. A fully agreed and ratified withdrawal treaty will be at best the end of the beginning. We will still face potentially years of negotiations and damaging uncertainty. As we saw last year, overemphasising interim agreements, however welcome they may be, breeds a damaging complacency. It serves no useful purpose for us to waste our time here commenting on the ignorant and clownish behaviour of some Brexiteers. In meetings in different contexts, I have experienced the Brexit advocacy of certain of the loudest Tory Europhobes. It's clear that they have no interest in rational discussion. Just like fundamentalists of all varieties, the more their ignorance is exposed, the more fanatical they are in their advocacy. I would go as far as to say that we have, as a country, spent too much time in the past 2 years feeling indignant about the dishonesty and ignorance of many Brexiteers. Some of this time and space would have been better spent on a more questioning approach to our national preparations for Brexit. There is simply no way of looking at the hard facts of preparations and missing the gap between the rhetoric and the reality. The motion before the House will have no legal impact. The position of the majority in this House is well known, and we are not in a position to ratify a text which has not been finalised or sent for ratification. It is the explicit policy of government that the Dáil does not give it a negotiating mandate, as we have seen in the government's dismissal of the Dáil's views on matters such as the Middle East. In spite of this, we will of course be supporting the motion and we've already expressed our support for the draft text in our discussions with our European partners, and I agree with the Taoiseach in terms of giving a simple message from the House. It was my understanding that it was to be a simple motion. We could all table amendments emphasising this and aspects of it, Good Friday Agreement and so on. But I think there has been an attempt to just support the withdrawal treaty as negotiated. The draft agreement, I think that's the intention of this motion, is that there would be unanimity from this House that we support this text, if you like, the withdrawal treaty. Sorry? No, that was my understanding generally, from all the public commentary to date. And in that context, I would just so we've all been briefed by officials and so on, I want to pay tribute to the dedicated officials and diplomats for their regular briefings and their consistent hard work on the issues. We're also supporting the motion, in spite of the Taoiseach's decision last week to refuse to supply any legal opinion on the impact of the proposed text. It is his position that we should rely only on the opinion of the EU's legal service, something which will not be available until the text has been sent to the European Parliament, I understand. It appears that there are significant practical issues over what checks would and would not be required for North-South trade under the proposed arrangements post-2020. Equally, the draft agreement does not include text on a whole range of issues which have to be sorted before the customs arrangement in the backstop could be implemented. We understand that Michel Barnier's team has mentioned this in presentations, and it has already been raised by the Parliament's Brexit Committee as a concern. We obviously do not have the type of legal expertise available to us to assess whether the text is as certain as the claims being made for it. However, whether or not the text delivers on what is claimed for it, it is politically and economically a welcome and essential step forward, and its ratification would mark real good faith towards delivering on its claims. If there are practical agreements required after next March, such as the road transport agreement, which is a fundamental requirement of a single customs territory, it is reasonable to assume that these will be addressed as a priority. There were reports last night and again this morning that Prime Minister May is proposing an amendment concerning the backstop, which may satisfy the less revolutionary Brexiteers in her party. Without any concrete details on this, we are not in a position to comment, though we expect that there will be no agreement to any amendment which would, in practice, make the backstop unusable. It appears to us to be a balanced text, where the Union's negotiators went to the very limit of their mandate in order to show flexibility and to help London address its self-imposed preconditions. They did this in a highly professional and creative way. I would like to acknowledge the regular, comprehensive and professional information and briefings which my party has received from Michel Barnier and his team since their appointment. His commitment to Ireland and to the European Union has been both resolute and fair. We particularly welcome the fact that he considered technical suggestions from a wide range of sources. Should the text change significantly this weekend, we will not be looking for issues to cause controversy. If the core principles of seeking to protect both the Good Friday Agreement and the integrity of the European Union are maintained, we will continue our unmatched, nearly 60-year record of choosing a European future for Ireland. I want to address a series of urgent issues linked directly to Brexit, which we need to act on. Before doing this, it is important to comment on a number of political matters. From very soon after the start of 2013, when David Cameron announced his disastrous decision to hold an in-out referendum, this has been an issue regularly addressed by Fianna Fáil. Unlike the government, we did not wait until mid-2016 to call for preparations. In fact, it has been one of the most prominent and regular issues addressed by us for over 5 years, including the period of the Cameron government's absurd review of EU competencies and its campaign to renegotiate the Union's treaties. Since the referendum, we have been actively constructive. During the appearances of key European Union leaders in Dublin, in meetings in Brussels and in wider political contexts, we have made it absolutely clear that there is a broad pro-European Union, anti-Brexit consensus amongst the Irish population and the majority in Dáil. We have also gone further than this in specifically assuring the Council, the Commission and Parliament of the stable support of the majority for the negotiating objectives first set out by Deputy Kenny as Taoiseach, with Dáil support and reaffirmed since then. When the government started briefing that it might need to call an election to have a mandate for Brexit discussions, we responded to European inquiries and confirmed our consistent position that nothing would be done to question this mandate or to bring down the government at critical moments. Having checked with parties in other countries, I can confirm that the Irish Government is the only one of the many minority governments in Europe which has been offered a guarantee from the largest opposition party that it will maintain its mandate during this critical phase of Brexit negotiations. In the context of 5 years of addressing the issue, constant affirmation of a consensus on the key issues and active lobbying for the Irish position, we will take no lectures about stability or responsible behaviour on Brexit from a government which has regularly sought to project instability. The government has received far more backing and active support than any other government in Europe. Yet we have seen, I would regard, over-the-top and choreographed reactions to even the smallest criticisms. The record of the House shows that any challenge from any part of the House has been denounced as irresponsible, and always eager Fine Gael backbenchers have been sent out to amplify the message. The fact that the first reaction to last week's deal was for ministers to discuss how to trigger an election suggests a government which always puts politics first. It has always been our position that we all have to look beyond the crisis in hand and realise that there are many broader issues to be discussed. The impact of Brexit on the peace settlement has quite rightly been the dominant focus of discussions here and throughout the country. When my party in government negotiated the Good Friday Agreement, we ensured that throughout the agreement, membership of the European Union was used as a way of providing common ground on political, legal, economic, social and identity issues. Europe is in the DNA of the peace settlement because the Ahern and Blair governments, along with John Hume, understood the European Union's unmatched genius at breaking down barriers and overcoming historic conflict. However, while Europe was once a point of shared interest in Northern Irish politics, it has now become, as observed by Mary Murphy in her excellent publication, it's now become the greatest cause of division in the North over the last 2 decades. And that's a worry in terms of the impact of Brexit. Following next March, Northern Ireland will contain the largest number of EU citizens anywhere outside of the Union's borders. The acknowledgement of the continued automatic right to EU citizenship of Northern Irish residents is a very important issue, an issue which we have raised consistently since the Brexit vote, and we appreciate the steadfast support which European Union states have given the country on that. How the Northern Ireland specific elements of a backstop will work is not very clear. Mechanisms for ensuring regulatory alignment and exactly how frictionless trade will be delivered have not been fully defined and remain to be negotiated during the next 2 years. However, as I have said, the withdrawal agreement demonstrates good faith, and we will have to hope that discussions during the transition period get underway as soon as possible. What the European Union is offering Northern Ireland is a very good deal, which would make it the only place in the world with guaranteed free access to the single markets of the United Kingdom and the European Union. For the first time in its recent history, Northern Ireland would have a competitive edge to address the economic challenges which have been ignored for far too long. And this is why so many organisations in Northern Ireland, which are solidly non-political, have come out in favour of the withdrawal agreement. It has been the core position of democratic parties on this island for half a century that Northern Ireland can only be peaceful and prosper if minority views are capable of being heard and taken seriously. This applies to the minority views of those who oppose the withdrawal agreement. We achieve nothing by condemning them or engaging in a destructive war of words. In newspaper articles, speeches and meetings, I and my party have sought to reach out to unionist opinion and reaffirm the fact that the democratic majority in the Dáil in no way seeks to use Brexit as a way around the unequivocal protections which they have under the Good Friday Agreement. We welcome the Taoiseach and Government's continued affirmation of this as well. For Northern Ireland to miss out on the European Union's generous offer would be to tragically miss an opportunity for economic development which would threaten none and benefit all. It's important to say that the continued absence of the Assembly and the Executive has damaged Northern Ireland's interests profoundly. The institutions which were collapsed because of a heating scheme have been silenced at a time when they are needed the most. It is impossible not to comment on the fact that Sinn Féin has claimed that Brexit is a defining issue of our time, but has denied Northern Ireland a voice on this issue. It is Ireland's most consistently anti-European Union party and has directly sought to introduce long-term constitutional issues into the Brexit discussions. It cannot have intended to help soothe unionist fears when it announced that Brexit should be a cause for a unification referendum. Once again, unionists should listen instead to the majority voice in this place and throughout the island. Your constitutional position is unaffected by anything in this draft agreement. All you are being offered is unique access to a major market, access which offers unprecedented new opportunities for investment and growth. In terms of the overall transition backstop and future trading relationship, what has been agreed by Michel Barnier is dramatically better for Ireland than a crash-out Brexit with WTO terms. He has shown creativity, generosity and flexibility towards the United Kingdom. While the deal may be as good as it gets, I think people need to step back for one moment and realise that there is nothing to celebrate, and the agreement leaves in place much of the likely economic damage of Brexit itself. The European Union-United Kingdom relationship is intended to be a hybrid of a customs union, free trade area and single market access. The balance within this hybrid relationship will change as time progresses and new agreements take effect. As such, it is unclear what the exact economic impact of this deal on Ireland will be. However, we do know that it will be significant and it will be damaging. Based on the only independent economic impact assessment commissioned by the Government, the full implementation of the agreement will deliver a loss to national income of between 2.8% and 4.3%. In monetary terms, and using the Conservative GNI measure, the hit to national income will be between 5 billion and 7.7 billion per annum. This is over twice the size of the enormous unfunded tax promise announced by the Taoiseach at the weekend. There has been far too little attention paid to whether or not we are prepared for meeting an economic threat which is of the level of at least €5 billion per year. As everyone knows by now, the failure to turn words into action, combined with an obsession with marketing, is a defining characteristic of this government. The delivery gap is acute across a wide range of policies, with housing, health and critical infrastructure like broadband causing real social and economic damage. Unfortunately, this delivery gap is also being seen with Brexit preparations. There are many Brexit schemes. There is an increasing amount of advertising, and there is a non-stop effort by ministers to claim that everything is in hand. Unfortunately, the growing evidence is that Ireland is nowhere near Brexit ready. The Netherlands is the European Union member state most similar to Ireland in terms of the potential scale of Brexit impact. It has already hired and trained 1,000 customs and related staff who will be in place on March 29th next year. Ireland has just started the process of hiring 400, and there is no detail about when they may be trained and available. It is absolutely clear that we will not have the staff in place to meet all eventualities next March. There are many Brexit schemes which have been announced, but their impact is at best minor. A €23 million working capital guarantee scheme was announced last year with the European Investment Bank, offering to leverage this up to €300 million. The latest available figures show that only 3% has been allocated and only 38 SMEs have been sanctioned for loans. A Brexit future loan scheme was announced in October 2017 with the intention of providing 8 to 10-year loans for market and product diversification. This scheme has not even opened for applications yet, and it is unlikely that a single company will have received funding before Brexit takes effect next March. Other small advisory grants have been allocated at a range of 12 companies a month and are benefiting a small number of impacted companies. Wherever the fault for this lies, the simple fact is that Brexit supports are having only a marginal impact, and all available surveys suggest critical parts of Irish business are not Brexit ready. According to Board BIA, which has published the most recent survey available, 83% of companies likely to be impacted have not yet modelled the impact of tariffs and regulatory compliance. 60% have no plans for dealing with increased costs. 61% have no contingency plans for supply chain disruptions. Few have any plans for dealing with disruptions on the land bridge route to Europe. 2/3 of companies have not begun preparing for the trusted trader status, central to avoiding major disruption. Currency fluctuations are already a reality, and the devaluation of sterling is something which may continue irrespective of whatever deal is reached. In fact, 77% of companies in the research say that currency fluctuation is the biggest risk they face. And this has become an emergency, with nearly 1 in 5 businesses exporting to the United Kingdom having said that they will face severe difficulty at the exchange rate in place today, and most of the rest will face severe difficulty if sterling declines by up to 3% more. Brexit is already hurting, with the central bank pointing to emerging problems in industrial production, including chemicals and machinery, and food export volumes down by nearly 5% because of sterling. There is simply no doubt that we need a dramatic improvement in the implementation and impact of Brexit supports. Much of the information activity currently underway should have been completed long ago, as most of the needed preparations are required no matter what the outcome for the transition period or the final relationship between the United Kingdom and the EU is. The complacency of ministerial statements about being Brexit ready must be replaced by an urgent approach of going directly to companies to aid them in starting to address key risks. Absolutely everyone knows that March the 29th is a critical date where there are many possible outcomes. The fevered intensity of politics in Westminster means that there are no certainties, and Ireland simply isn't ready for many of the possible outcomes. We will support any reasonable request for urgent legislation or funding which will help speed up the current snail's pace level of implementation. It is our understanding that the European Union will be flexible in terms of aid, which is essential to help companies and communities to address a threat of unprecedented scale, even if the draft agreement is ratified in Westminster and Brussels. It is over 2 years since both governments and the EU agreed that the common travel area should continue. We welcome the fact that this commitment has been repeated. However, the failure to move forward with more concrete measures is a serious concern. Most expert opinion points to the need for a legal approach to both formalise existing practice and manage future rights once the UK is no longer implementing common EU legislation. Some legal experts have suggested that a new Anglo-Irish treaty is required. We need formal legal agreements about health and education, for example. Already students from the island of Ireland and from the United Kingdom face challenges in deciding courses because of the uncertainty in fee structures. And 20% less students coming to the south now, apparently, already this academic year. We need systems which ensure ongoing consultation and the avoidance of conflict. The common travel area is about much more than the lack of passport checks and the right of residence. It has significant fiscal and legal dimensions which have to be addressed. For this to be done, we should seek the establishment of a task force between Dublin and London, which is separated from the overall Brexit negotiations. If the withdrawal treaty is finalised and ratified, it will be an important and positive step, but it comes nowhere near close to delivering a final form of Brexit for Ireland or for Europe as a whole. It's the end of the beginning of Brexit and not the final destination. That will require potentially years of further negotiations. If it is not ratified, then the first step should be an extension of the Article 50 process to avoid a cliff edge next March. Other than that, there is no useful purpose to escalating concerns at this point. What is for sure is that Brexit is already causing damage and will cause much more damage. We need a much greater sense of urgency which can close the growing gap between words and impact on preparations for Brexit.
Lisa Chambers, there's 9 minutes left in the slot.
Yep. The publication of the draft withdrawal agreement last Wednesday marked an important milestone in the Brexit process. The 585-page document represents the potential for a deal, but we are not there yet. It must be ratified at EU level and also in Westminster, a part of the process that no one is taking for granted. There is no such thing as a good Brexit, but this deal is positive for Ireland if it is settled. It contains the necessary precautions to avoid a hard border on the island of Ireland, respects the status of the Good Friday Agreement and works to address the continuance of North-South cooperation. I want to acknowledge the good work done by our own team, Hugh Tánaiste, Minister McEntee, our diplomats and our civil servants in getting us to where we are today. We have a draft withdrawal treaty text on the table and it has taken us 2 years to get here. I want to also acknowledge the hard work done by Michel Barnier and his team, who, negotiating on behalf of the 27 bloc, ensured that the Irish issues were to the fore and that our concerns, particularly around the border, were addressed. We know that at times pressure was applied from other quarters to try and shift focus away from the border issue, but Barnier and his team have never wavered on that issue and there was no clink in the armour to be exploited. I believe that this is the best and fairest deal that could have been negotiated, and there is no room to reopen or to revisit what has already been agreed by both teams. The EU gave a considerable concession with regards to the Northern Ireland Protocol, the backstop, by agreeing to a UK-wide customs territory. This idea, when it was first mooted, was rejected by the EU and has caused concern among some Member States who want to ensure that the UK does not have a competitive advantage post-Brexit and that we are all operating on a level playing field. Nonetheless, this compromise was offered by the EU, and I think it demonstrates the genuine and sincere wish of the EU to forge a new relationship with the UK and to secure a Brexit deal that works for everyone. One of the most important aspects of the Northern Ireland Protocol is the commitment in black and white to the Good Friday Agreement. The very first line of Article 1 in the Protocol reads, "This Protocol is without prejudice to the provisions of the 1998 Agreement regarding the constitutional status of Northern Ireland and the principle of consent, which provides that any change in that status can only be made with the consent of the majority of its people." This couldn't be clearer, and the withdrawal treaty is not a backdoor grab for territory, and nothing within the agreement seeks to undermine the Good Friday Agreement or to in any way alter the constitutional position of the United Kingdom. This is a really important message to impress upon the Unionist community in Northern Ireland, who are an important part of this all-island community. Under the terms of the deal, should the Northern Ireland Protocol, the backstop, ever kick into action, Northern Ireland will retain the economic benefits of EU membership, whilst also retaining unfettered access to the UK market. This is a good outcome for Northern Ireland and is broadly in line with my party's call that Northern Ireland should be treated as a special economic zone. There is also sensible provision made for the potential extension of the transition period post-2020. Article 3 recognises the monumental task which lies ahead beyond ratification of the withdrawal treaty, and that is the negotiation of a future trading agreement between the EU and the United Kingdom. When you consider it took 9 years to negotiate and ratify the deal between the EU and Canada, it is very ambitious to expect that a deal can be concluded between the UK and the EU in just 20 months. So this article is certainly welcome. I want to briefly recognise and reference Article 18. And it states, if the application of this protocol leads to serious economic, societal or environmental difficulties liable to persist, or to diversions of trade, the Union or the United Kingdom may unilaterally take appropriate measures. I acknowledge, Tánaiste, the assurances that you have given me in respect of this article, but I think it's important to flag it and put it on the record, and to say that this treaty has to withstand the inevitable changes in personnel across governments over time, and we need to ensure this provision is never abused. An EU summit has been set for the 25th of November, but the resignations in the UK government and the lack of support across the Labour Party, the DUP and within the Conservative Party do underscore the very difficult task ahead of the British Prime Minister. At this point, the outcome is uncertain, but it is essential that calm prevails and that every effort is made to advocate for this deal and to try and get this deal across the line. And certainly my party will do everything it can to advocate that this deal be ratified.
When speaking in the Dáil about Brexit after the vote in the UK on June 23rd, I quoted Yeats by stating that everything has changed utterly. In this case, a terrible beast was born, the beast of Brexit. Sometimes it's hard to believe that all this is happening, but as the saying goes, we are where we are, and we must deal with this issue as best we can, the so-called Brexit disaster. Fianna Fáil supports the motion before the House tonight and welcomes the draft withdrawal agreement. I am assuming that it will be agreed by the EU 27 on Sunday, despite last-minute concerns from Spain in relation to Gibraltar and France in relation to fisheries. A huge amount of time, effort and resources have been expended by government and our public administration on this issue since 2016. Possibly to the neglect of other policy priorities, and that's a pity. But the efforts of our diplomatic officials in Brussels and Dublin in getting to this stage deserve our highest praise. Our civil servants do exceptional work on our behalf, and that should be acknowledged. In passing, can I also say that the offer by Fianna Fáil to provide political stability until this process is finalised should not be underestimated either. I think that we should acknowledge the steadfast solidarity shown to Ireland by other EU states and to say that we appreciate the understanding of our position that they have displayed. Also, Michel Barnier and Guy Verhofstadt also have shown exceptional understanding of our position. I do have fears for Anglo-Irish relations going forward. Ireland has a unique relationship with the UK, economically, socially and culturally. There have been a serious cooling in this relationship in recent years, and I don't think that was necessary. There are many in this country too young to remember the IRA campaign of violence and daily atrocities, and the Taoiseach and his government must never allow us to return to those days again. Brit bashing can be popular and electorally advantageous, but it is dangerous in the long term. And I would suggest that much more should be done, even while these Brexit negotiations are underway, to restore Anglo-Irish relations to the previous levels of cooperation and understanding. Our main concern, of course, should be the situation in Northern Ireland. The draft withdrawal agreement protects the Good Friday Agreement in all its aspects. It is therefore difficult to understand the position of the DUP in all of this. The draft withdrawal agreement makes clear that it does not provide for a change in the constitutional position of Northern Ireland in the absence of consent. A majority of citizens in Northern Ireland voted to remain in the European Union. This agreement offers unique opportunities for the economic development of Northern Ireland going forward. Northern Ireland can have the best of all worlds. Northern Ireland is different in many ways to the rest of the UK. Differences in social legislation is just one example. It is just unbelievable that the DUP is opposed to the agreement on ideological grounds. The DUP would appear to be adhering to old-fashioned unionism, which surely must be outdated in today's globalised and interdependent world. One glimmer of hope is that farming organisations, tourism interests, business organisations in Northern Ireland see the positive advantages of the agreement and are making their voices heard with their MPs. Let's hope that they will be listened to. It also cannot be stressed enough that everything possible should be done to get the Northern Ireland institutions up and running and to get normal political processes back on track. Just in conclusion, Las Ceann Comhairle, the exit of the UK from the EU will have more of an impact on Ireland than any other EU state. This draft withdrawal agreement offers us the best prospect of minimising the damage which could be done to our economy. There is a very real possibility that the UK will crash out with no deal. That would be a disaster. We would then be in uncharted waters, and the options to consider in these circumstances can be debated for another day, including the possibility of a second vote. Las Ceann Comhairle, let us hope that the deal now on the table succeeds.
Agat agus táim fear buic as an deis leirt an rún tábhachtach seo anóna agus lasú a bhoga san seachtaí hin féin. This is a very important motion, Ceann Comhairle, before us this evening, and I hope that all members will support it, along with the amendment that I have just moved in the name of Sinn Féin deputies. Earlier this year, Las Ceann Comhairle, we marked the 20th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement. It was and is an agreement that, despite the challenges and difficulties which remain as a result of the partition of our country, it's an agreement we can collectively hold up as an illustration that tolerance and inclusivity will ultimately always triumph over division and mistrust. The first line in the Good Friday Agreement reads, "We, the participants in the multi-party negotiations, believe that the agreement we have negotiated offers a truly historic opportunity for a new beginning." That it was. Over the past 20 years, our island has changed beyond recognition. Children born today in Belfast, in Cork, in Derry, in Galway or here in Dublin are born to a society which is now more prosperous, more open and more tolerant. A society more confident and more outward-looking, a country that I would argue in almost every respect is better. And that's because fear and suspicion gave way to hope, and because we all collectively embraced peace. There have been ups and downs, setbacks and knocks along the way, but the trajectory has been constant. We have moved and we are moving forward. But there is a problem, and that problem is Brexit. Our island's progress and our island's future did not feature as part of the debate surrounding the Brexit referendum, which was held, let's face it, primarily because of a squabble amongst the Tories. Ireland was, at best and as ever, an afterthought in the minds of the English establishment. No thought was given to our peace process, to the Good Friday Agreement, or to the social and cultural fabric of our island, or indeed to our island's shared economy. But those who did vote on this island, citizens in the north, recognised that it did not make sense for one part of Ireland to be inside the European Union and the other outside. And that is why the electorate in the north, from all backgrounds by the way, voted to remain. They did not consent to leave. And this wasn't due to a fawning admiration of the EU, far from it, but was driven by common sense. Many a staunch unionist recognises that all-Ireland trade, commerce, cooperation and movement are vital to our collective economic capacity and progress. Citizens recognise that it makes sense for Ireland in its entirety to be part of the same trading bloc and the same single market. And that is what the people of the North want. That is what the people of the South want. And that is why, since the Brexit referendum result became clear, we in Sinn Féin have been unequivocal in stating that Brexit represents the most serious social, economic and political threat to our island in a generation. Because it threatens to undermine the progress of the past 20 years. It threatens to undermine the new landscape of our island, and it threatens the future of our country. We've been clear in stating that the Irish Government's approach to negotiation had to be guided by an appreciation of the fact that citizens in the North voted to remain, and that must be recognised and respected. We first put the case for a special deal that would take cognizance of the unique circumstances that present themselves here on our island. And that meant ensuring no return to a hard border. It meant ensuring that citizens' rights are explicitly protected and that the Good Friday Agreement is held up in all its parts. Many people have been rightfully acknowledged here this evening, Las Ceann Corla. I want to particularly recognise and appreciate the work of Michel Barnier and his colleagues. The Barnier deal agreed last week, the one which we vote on today, is not perfect. I can't even describe it as a good one, because the fact is that there is no such thing as a good Brexit. Brexit is bad for our island, whatever the circumstances, or indeed whatever the deal is on the table. I think we need to be clear on that. However, I acknowledge that last week's deal is one that mitigates against some of the worst aspects of Brexit. There are other issues, primarily the issues of citizens' rights, which ought to have been contained in the withdrawal agreement and do not feature. To that end, we have submitted an amendment to this evening's motion. It's added by way of additionality, not to take from the substance of the motion, but to add to it, because we have to ensure that rights are protected. In very practical ways, we must ensure that basic rights, which are now taken for granted, prevail into the future. Ensuring that citizens in the North continue to have access to the European Court of Human Rights and the European Court of Justice. That citizens in the North continue to have access to third-level education across Europe and to the EU health insurance card. Issues pertaining to rights, these rights and more, were raised in some detail with you, Taoiseach and Tánaiste, the last week by a delegation of the 4 pro-Remain parties in the north. That is to say, Sinn Féin, the SDLP, the Alliance and the Green Party. Our parties actually represent the majority view of citizens in the north. The DUP do not. The DUP got it catastrophically wrong on Brexit. They got it wrong during the referendum debate, and they have been wrong in its aftermath. And they are really wrong now about the draft agreement on the table. And it is disappointing and in fact disturbing that the DUP have sought to take the side of Tory Brexiteers and the likes of UKIP over the needs and aspirations of citizens in the north and across the island. But that is their decision to be reckless and irresponsible. The truth is that ordinary citizens in the north, whether they're Republican, Nationalist, Unionist, Loyalist or otherwise, recognise that Brexit is not good and they want a deal that protects their livelihoods and their futures. And Sinn Féin speaks for all communities on this, not narrow interests. We have brought our view to Europe, to you in the Irish Government, to the British Government also, consistently over the past year and a half. When we first articulated a policy of special status for the North, some of the parties here accused us of grandstanding, and you claimed it was unrealistic. It has since become the agreed EU position in negotiations, and I welcome that, and I acknowledge the shift in the government's position. And I believe we have made an impact in that regard. I want to pay tribute to a party colleague, MEP for the North of Ireland, Martina Anderson, who of all of us, I believe, has been extremely active at a European level in pushing all of these bottom line requirements. I made the point here before, Ceann Comhairle, that Brexit isn't a temporary phase. It has consequences that are very real, lasting and enduring. They are for keeps. So to meet that, we need a solution to match, a solution that's lasting, that isn't time-bound or temporary. And that's why I so strenuously put the case here a fortnight ago that a temporary or a transitory backstop is no backstop at all. Temporary protections mean no protection, and what we need are permanent guarantees. So regardless of the machinations at Westminster over the coming weeks, we need that, and there can't be any backsliding from the backstop. It has to be durable, permanent and legally robust. And there must never, ever be a hard border in Ireland again. In fact, we need to move to a point where there is no border at all. And in that regard, I think there is considerable merit in all of us looking at the post-Brexit environment through a new lens. In time, I believe, we will collectively come to the conclusion that the real lasting guarantee that we desire is in fact the unity of our country. It is, I believe, safe to say that there are now many within unionism who are assessing old allegiances. That isn't to say that they aren't British, they are and will always be. But I think the minds of a significant number of people who would traditionally have staunchly opposed any notion of unity have now been challenged to ponder the future. A large number of unionists recognise the benefits of continuing and enhancing all-Ireland cooperation and the breaking down of barriers. So we are on the road to a unity referendum. It's no longer if, but when. We in Sinn Féin, Taoiseach and Tánaiste have made it very clear to Theresa May that in the event of a Brexit crash-out or a no-deal scenario, it will be incumbent on the British Government to put the constitutional future of the North to the people by way of a unity referendum. And I believe the Irish Government should articulate this same position. And it should, in any event, commence a discussion with the European Commission and other institutions to explore their role and support in facilitating an efficient process of reunification. If the people of the North are to be disregarded by London and to have their futures toyed with by a British Government that has no regard for Ireland, then the people of the North should have their say. This is a reasonable position, which I believe all parties here in the Dáil could support. The European Council on the 29th of April 2017 agreed that in the event of national reunification, the whole of our island will automatically be afforded membership of the European Union. That is right, proper and welcome. So all options have to be on the table as we shape the future. And there are also big issues to consider, because Britain leaving the EU presents new challenges, but also a new opportunity. An opportunity to reassess our entire approach to Europe, and this will be important work. And let's face it and be honest, the British didn't leave for no reason. And whilst the Brexit debate centred in the main on immigration and became marred by racism, xenophobia and Islamophobia, there are serious things to consider. Hundreds of millions of citizens are disillusioned with the European Union and believe it has become removed from its citizens. It's not seen by many as a vehicle for cooperation, but it's associated with elites, with power and control. So we need to propose and initiate radical reform. And that's not going to be easy, but it can be done. A social Europe can be built. And by that I mean one which cherishes citizens and which, instead of placing narrow economic interests at its core, puts people front and centre. Ireland's place is in the EU, and the EU needs to change. We need to construct a democratic Europe. We need to ensure that aspects of the current system are reformed. We need to ensure that Member States have a greater say in formulating positive policy. And we want a Europe of equals, of partnership and solidarity. We want a Europe in which Member States in times of adversity work together in the spirit of internationalist cooperation to tackle the problems we face collectively. We want a union that works together to build opportunity and prosperity. We want a union that, when a Member State faces economic difficulties or when hundreds of thousands of displaced people look for assistance of a prosperous and peaceful region of the world, that we can respond. Europe can play a role as a catalyst for cooperation and progress on all of the big issues that affect us: trade, climate change, human rights, regulation, migration and immigration. And the debate about the future of Europe currently underway notably doesn't focus on these issues. In a time of political flux following Brexit, there's a danger that the simplistic narrative being peddled by some that a more federal Europe will cure the ills of the EU will prevail. That is in spite of most recent studies that show a majority of citizens in Europe don't support the transfer of further powers to Brussels. They don't want more Europe, they want better Europe. So I think the EU needs to begin listening to citizens, to move away from a bureaucratic model intended for the benefit of a few and towards a social Europe which reflects the interests of the many. And that's the only way to address the imbalance of power that we currently have. What's on offer, as I've said, Ceann Comhairle, is not perfect, but it is reasonable. It's the least worst option, if you like, this withdrawal agreement, given the cards which have been dealt. And we will be supporting it, because there is an onus on political leaders to do what is right to defend our country's political and economic interests. That is what has guided us in Sinn Féin. We've supported the government and the European negotiating team in their endeavours and their attempt to get the best deal possible. We want that as the final outcome, and that should be the position of everybody on this island. We want to avert the imposition of a hard border. We want to ensure the protection of citizens' rights. And crucially, and I go back to my opening remarks, Ceann Comhairle, we want to ensure that the hard-won gains and progress of the past 20 years aren't squandered but are built on. And we can do that with this deal, but more importantly with a lot of hard work we can deliver. So I would urge support for the motion before the Dáil this evening, Ceann Comhairle, and in addition urge support for the Sinn Féin amendment.
David Cullinan.
Taoiseach, I think the starting point for any debate on Brexit and this withdrawal agreement for members of this House is that the obvious point is there is no good Brexit. And I think we have to remind ourselves, as Seachta MacDonald did remind this House, that a majority of people in the North voted to stay in the European Union. And that has to be the catalyst for us to respond to the needs of people in the North. The majority view, cross-party view in the North of Ireland is that we don't have a hardening of the border and that the Brexit, as it was presented, is not something that the majority of people wanted. The draft agreement, therefore, Taoiseach, is the absolute bare minimum needed to protect the rights of the people of the North. Now, my party has worked constructively with the Government through the stakeholder forum, of which the Taoiseach led, in Dáil committees inside this chamber, but also outside this chamber through the work of our MEPs and our MPs, both in Westminster, in dealing with parties in Westminster and also in the European Parliament. Sinn Féin was quite clear that what was needed was a special or unique arrangement for the North in order to ensure that the Good Friday Agreement was protected in all its parts, that there was no hardening of the border on the island of Ireland, and that the rights of Irish and EU citizens were fully protected. Taoiseach, while there has been movement and while we recognise the gains which have been made in respect of disagreement on the border, and we have to, of course, acknowledge the progress which has been made, the same movement has not been made on protecting the Good Friday Agreement, and the same movement has not been made in terms of the rights of citizens in the North. And you have to understand, Taoiseach, and I hope that you do, that while citizens and businesses north and south need certainty in relation to trade and the border, they also need certainty in relation to rights. If you are a person who lives in the north of Ireland and you are an Irish citizen or indeed a British citizen and a member of the European Union and you have rights as a European citizen, you need to be able to vindicate those rights where you live. And there is an obligation and a responsibility on the Irish Government to make sure that happens. Taoiseach, we also argued for the need for a frictionless movement of goods through Britain from Ireland on their way to the rest of the European Union. And while we feel that obviously there are outstanding issues, the draft agreement does provide some assurance for the citizens of the North as well as businesses in relation to the border and indeed trade. However, with the agreement now on the table and subject to ratification, and all eyes will be on the summit over the course of the next number of days, we do need, in the short to medium term, to turn our attention to the issue of Europe itself. The uncomfortable truth that some people in this chamber need to face up to is that a drive to create a European super-state, acting in the interests of an elite, lacking democracy and becoming increasingly militarised, is pushing voters into the hands of the far right. Let us be very clear, Taoiseach, what Europe needs is more democracy, not less democracy. Senior people within the European institutions are in many cases unelected and unaccountable to the people that they serve. The economic crisis showed that when push came to shove, the European Union backed the banks and the financial elite above the needs of ordinary people. And that's not lost on many people, not just in Ireland, but on many people across the European Union. The Federalists need to be sent a very clear message from politicians in Ireland that the Irish people do not want a European superstate. This will be a more undemocratic Europe, where the big institutions have far too much power and are making decisions that affect the lives of others and cannot be held fully to account. And we all know what happens when that happens. In this state, we can point to many examples and the most recent scandals to see that it does not work. The creeping federalisation of Europe did not happen by chance. It did not happen overnight. It happened with the passing of every single treaty that, yes, my party did not support and champion, because we saw that the creation of a European superstate and unelected people having the powers that they have and the economic orthodoxy which underpinned the European Union was not in the interests of people who live on the island of Ireland. All of the treaties that gave the big institutions the power that they have created the undemocratic Europe that we live in today. It is absolutely clear that the actions of the European Union, and especially the European Commission, are feeding the growth of Europe's extreme right. Poll after poll, Taoiseach, shows that the trust in the institutions is falling and adding to the rise of what are essentially fascist parties in Europe. That's not in the interests of anybody who live in Europe. Now, we're fortunate that we haven't seen the rise of the far right in this state, but we're not immune to it. And we also need to realise that what we need to do is to work for a more democratic Europe, to work for a more social Europe, and to ensure that that's what we get. Taoiseach, it's also important to point out that, as I said, the vast majority of people who live on the island of Ireland want the island of Ireland to stay in the European Union. People in the north have been very concerned over the course of the last number of months, and indeed since the Brexit referendum, that Brexit was not going to be good for them. And we made it very clear from the outset, and I want to commend Dr Adams, who was one of the first members of the Dáil to put forward the proposition that what was needed for the North and what was needed for Ireland was a unique set of solutions, that bespoke solutions and special status for the North was necessary. And those protections are the absolute bare minimum that we need. Dr Adams will deal with some of the outstanding issues which need to be dealt with. But I would say to you, Taoiseach, is this. You said earlier this year that citizens in the North will never be left behind again. And people in the North are listening to that. They're also watching what's happening. And they will acknowledge the progress which has been made on the border. And they will acknowledge that there has been an Irish approach to this, where both government and opposition in this state have worked constructively to ensure that we deal with the issue of the border. But they are now looking at the issue of rights. And I would commend you to acknowledge and also to reflect on the fact that the majority view in the North, which has been reflected by Sinn Féin, by the Alliance Party, the Green Party and the SDLP, who have been also working collectively with one voice in Britain and in Europe as well, to send a message that they want these issues dealt with. That's the majority view in the North. That's the voice of the majority of the people, and their rights have to be vindicated. So there is a concern, Taoiseach. Notwithstanding the progress that has been made, there is a concern from people in the North in relation to a lot of these issues which have not been realised. So it is important for us to place on the record that we have worked constructively with the government to recognise the gains that have been made, but equally, Taoiseach, it's important to point out the gains which have not been made, and also to put on the table and to make the point very forcibly that those people who want these issues dealt with are watching, are looking and are concerned about those issues.
Sinn Féin will be supporting the government's motion on the draft agreement because, as Dr MacDonald has said, if this works, it's probably the least worst Brexit. Not because it's the best option. And it's not the best option because, among other issues, it disregards and ignores the vote of the people in the North to remain within the European Union. That indeed would be the best option, to abide by the will of the people. And that's an option which the government failed to secure. And it failed to secure this because it never pressed for it. It never accepted it, either in Enda Kenny's time or Leo Varadkar's time as Taoiseach. And the government will argue that it had to abide by the United Kingdom vote. Maria, I don't accept that. I'm with Parnell, who said, no man has the right to fix the boundary to the march of a nation. At any time of big change, those special big moments of history, big imaginations are needed to determine how we proceed. And there was an absence of this type of thinking within the Fianna Fáil leadership and the government as they came to terms with what was happening as a consequence of the Brexit referendum. I'm pleased to note that the government was persuaded by Sinn Féin of the need for an all-island view, and eventually the Taoiseach, the Taoiseach and the junior minister and our officials applied themselves to this, especially after the change of the Fine Gael leadership, and I want to commend all involved, including the officials. I also want to acknowledge the positive role that Sinn Féin played, including and especially our team in the European Parliament, which engaged regularly with Michel Barnier and other EU officials, as did Party President Mary Lou MacDonald and Michelle O'Neill. And they presented clear and cogent arguments for a special designated status for the North. And the outlined backstop proposal owes much to their hard work. Sinn Féin has tabled a motion on the need to protect the rights of EU citizens living in the North. Last December, Kevin Shaw, Taoiseach, The Taoiseach said that citizens in the North will never again be left behind by an Irish government. He added, "These rights will of course be available to everyone in Northern Ireland who chooses to exercise his or her right to be an Irish citizen, regardless of their political persuasion or religious beliefs." Last December's joint report stated that there would be no diminution of rights, and I quote, that Irish citizens will continue to enjoy rights as EU, including where they reside in Northern Ireland. That's now been deleted. We don't have that, and that is a significant backward step. Yes, the draft agreement does contain a clause on rights, but it's not legally binding, and it's not what the Taoiseach committed to back in December. And the government should be very aware that Irish citizens in the North are very conscious of that. Recently, 1,000 leaders of civic nationalism reminded the Taoiseach of his commitments. And I'm sure you, Taoiseach and the Taoiseach, have got to know some of these people. They're the same as me and you. They're thinking human beings. They're now locked out of the rights that you promised to uphold for them. There's also a particular annoyance that Irish and EU citizens in the North will not be able to elect an MEP. This state has been allocated an additional 2 seats for the European Parliament. Has the government considered allocating them to the North? In addition, the European Charter of Fundamental Rights will no longer apply in the North, which means that certain rights will be undermined. And there are a range of other social and economic rights, including workers' rights, which people currently enjoy in the European Union, which will now be left to the British government's discretion. Will the government now insist, and I wrote to the minister involved some time ago, on the publication of the mapping report which identified 142 areas of all-island cooperation as called for by the EU Ombudsman? Finally, Brexit is incompatible with the Good Friday Agreement. Let's be very, very clear about that. They are not compatible. The Good Friday Agreement demands that the British government exercises its power in the North with rigorous impartiality. Now, many of us remain justifiably sceptical about this, but that's what the British government signed up to, and that's what the Irish government must hold it to. The British refusal to defend the rights of Irish language speakers, women's rights, to protect equality and human rights for gay and lesbian citizens, to implement agreements on legacy, to honour outstanding agreement commitments on establishing the Bill of Rights, to create a civic forum, are all evidence of the absence of rigorous impartiality. And furthermore, following Brexit, the British Conservatives remain wedded to ending the role of the European Court of Justice and getting rid of the Human Rights Act, which protects the equality and human rights principles of the agreement. So I bring all of that to bring a wee bit of context and a wee bit of reality into this discussion. There's also, in this context, a greater significance to the objective of Irish unity. And it's, from our point of view, a logical common sense outcome to the political, to the social, to the economic fractures, to the divisions imposed by partition. But it also makes sense in the current Brexit-provoked crisis. Apart from other considerations, reunification will allow for the North to again become part of the European Union. So, hard border, soft border, better to have no border at all. And that's what the government and the Oireachtas should be working for.
Brexit reveals, the very serious inability of our public discourse to deal with complex issues such as that entailed by membership of the European Union. Looking back over the last 5 decades, the British media have portrayed the European Union in a simplistic and hostile way. Someone only needs to read the front pages of the tabloid newspapers, and not only the tabloids. You'll be forgiven for thinking all sorts of crazy lies about Europe. And this isn't trivial. The European Commission Office in the United Kingdom set up a website to counter myths about the European Union, covering the period 1992 to 2017. It lists nearly 700 different myths that have been circulated in Britain about the Union. from false claims that the European Union would ban fresh pasta, colouring pencils, vitamin supplements, through claims that the EU would standardise the size of vegetables, rename popular British products, and even abolish the double-decker bus. Seen collectively, it is patent nonsense. But the relentless background noise about the EU is for many people the only information that they have received about European cooperation, the major political movement of our continent since the devastation of 2 world wars. This bias was not helped by generations of politicians who took the credit for popular policies but blamed Brussels for imposing anything they wanted to distance themselves from. It is no wonder that UKIP grew in this fertile soil. It is no wonder that Europe began to be seen as the problem and for leaving the EU as the solution. We do, as my colleague Jeremy Corbyn reminds us, have to understand the reasons why so many people in Britain voted Leave in the referendum 2 years ago. For some Leave voters, it was because they were lied to. Not just during the referendum campaign, where illegal campaign spending and a host of lies have now been exposed, but through years of anti-EU propaganda. And for many other Leave voters, it was due to domestic policies and choices made by the government of Britain, but blamed on Brussels, or indeed blamed on foreigners generally. For now, the fact that the United Kingdom is leaving the European Union raises 3 simple questions for Ireland. What is the likely future for the United Kingdom? How does this future potentially affect Ireland? And how should we react? Consider the following. An island nation with a distinctive culture and identity, including its tradition of monarchy. A nation that has given up aggressive imperialism and is now reliant on the United States as a military partner. One of the world's largest economies with a welfare state. A nation possessing one of the world's safe currencies. A trading nation with investment in high-tech industries, selling its products across the world, but keeping strong control of immigration. A stable democratic system with guaranteed civil liberties and a dominant Conservative party. Cooperating on an intergovernmental basis with its neighbours, but with a history of not getting on with the continent and the continental states beside it. A nation that rejects political unions or other close economic unions. The nation I've just described is Japan. One possible Brexit future is for Britain to become more like Japan in terms of going it alone. It's a vision of Fortress Britain, a country that wants to trade with the world but doesn't want to share decision-making with another country through cooperation or partnership arrangements, preferring strictly limited trading deals instead. There are clearly some who are pro-Brexit, who believe that the UK can pull up the drawbridge and have greater control of its own borders, its laws and their monies, as they put it. But there are serious flaws with such a description of Britain in splendid isolation. First of all, it was telling that one of the first news items in response to Theresa May's big reveal last week was not the opposition reaction, but the reaction of the global currency markets. A version of Brexit that stays close to the European Customs Union and single market is good for business, and the currency markets respond favourably. But the risk of a no-deal scenario is greeted with panic and drops the relative value of the pound. And this is where the comparison with Japan breaks down. The UK economy is more globally integrated than Japan's, and the pound is a global currency. The UK is part of Europe's supply chain, some of them, many of them in fact, operating on a just-in-time basis. The UK is primarily a services economy, with leading companies in finance, IT and communications, all of which require regulatory alignment and close integration with other countries' markets in order for them to sell their wares. A fortress Britain could take back control of migration, but to what end? What motivation? The concern with migration itself? Some surveys suggest the main fears about migration are about competition for jobs, concern about crime, or concern about competition for housing. Just before the June 2016 vote to leave the European Union, United Kingdom unemployment was under 5%. Employment was 75% of the available workforce. Migrants clearly weren't leaving many British people out of work. Crime rates have been static or falling across the UK for a number of years, and there is no evidence at all that recent migration has increased crime. Housing is a problem, with familiar issues to hear in terms of affordable housing. But in the north of England, where I canvassed myself, where large majorities of people voted to leave, pressure on housing is far less acute than it is in London and the South East, which largely voted to remain. None of these reasons is convincing for why so many people voted in Britain to leave the European Union. A more plausible explanation is that British people are dissatisfied with the status quo because a fifth of the UK population live in poverty. 1.5 million people are unable to afford the essentials of life, and we've seen the soaring use of food banks in Britain in recent times. So Jeremy Corbyn is right to say that investment is needed across the UK to create decent jobs and better living standards for all. But that is not something that Fortress Britain can deliver. It's not fair to lay the blame of so-called neoliberal policies at the door of the European Union. The European single market has vibrant state industries alongside the private sector in many countries. There is little or nothing in Britain's Labour Party's industrial strategies that could not be achieved within the European Union. There has been a right-wing turn in recent European policies, associated with the rise of conservative parties in electoral gains across Europe, and not least the influence of the strong Conservative Party in the UK itself in shaping the EU single market. But the EU has also the strongest protection for workers and the environment in any other single market in the world. A strong Labour government in the United Kingdom would help to enhance these protections, expand the social dimension of European cooperation, create a social Europe. UK Labour desire a future relationship that is very close to the United Kingdom, with a customs union to protect jobs and close alignment to the single market. This type of future relationship may well be possible as one of the outworkings of Theresa May's deal. But in addition to the inevitable extra costs and delays of friction, so-called, at the border, former Labour Prime Minister Tony Blair has pointed out a profound political flaw in Theresa May's Brexit deal. She has tried to give Brexiteers a form of Brexit while minimising the economic damage. This makes the United Kingdom a rule taker instead of a rule maker. And having the theoretical ability to strike independent trade deals elsewhere will not soften this genuine loss of sovereignty for those who wanted so hard to take back control. This is the same problem that Jeremy Corbyn faces by trying to keep the UK close to the EU single market. Another former Labour Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, has made the sensible suggestion of running citizens' assemblies up and down the United Kingdom in order to at least lay all the sides out, testing whether pro and anti-voters can find common ground. And Brown is right to identify that the UK is still deeply, bitterly divided on the issue of Europe, and that some way needs to be found to address and hopefully heal those divisions. He believes that a second referendum must be carefully prepared for, to avoid a situation where even if the UK voted to remain in a future referendum, there still would be millions of Leave voters who would feel betrayed and humiliated and resentful. The deal to exit the EU is what it is. And I pay tribute to Irish ministers and diplomats who so valiantly protected Irish interests in the negotiations. The UK will pay around £41 billion, £18.5 billion in 2019 and 2020 during the transition, a significantly discounted entry fee for full access to the EU's customs union and single market, it must be emphasised. When people talk about they're paying sort of a divorce bill, they're paying a discounted rate for the benefits of the single market for 2 years. The remainder in the following years towards projects that the UK agreed to fund in the last MFF round, and their contributions to pensions of UK civil servants working for the last 40 years in Brussels, and indeed British MEPs. It's hardly money for nothing, as the Brexiteers pretend. Given that the UK actually spent over €900 billion in 2016, its contribution to the EU as part of the withdrawal agreement can be shown to be relatively small. The withdrawal agreement protects the rights of EU citizens in the UK and UK citizens across Europe. That provides additional legal certainty for Irish citizens in Britain and British in Ireland. We can't assume that our historic arrangements under the common travel area would flawlessly fall into place when Brexit happens. It's an issue that I've been pursuing over the last year. And we should remember that this agreement on rights is particularly important for Irish families where one or more family member is British or EU nationals. It's important to recall that we're not voting tonight in relation to that future relationship. We're simply being asked to endorse the orderly withdrawal of the UK from the EU in March of next year. There are really only two deeply contentious aspects of the withdrawal agreement from my perspective. One is our core concern that there cannot be a hard border on the island of Ireland. And secondly, the extent to which the withdrawal agreement constrains or limits the future relationship agreement is of concern to the most ardent Leave supporters. In relation to Ireland, the negotiations process showed solidarity between member states. Ireland's concerns were well flagged, and the EU negotiating team has delivered a viable proposal from our perspective. Our friends in the British Labour Party and across Westminster have also listened and understood our serious concerns about the border, and I'm grateful for their solidarity. The bottom line is that we want people north and south of the border to continue to enjoy the biggest benefit of the Good Friday Agreement, which is free and unfettered access to both jurisdictions. This free and genuinely frictionless movement of people facilitates families and personal relationships, and it also facilitates businesses on a cross-border basis. It has boosted prosperity and embedded peace. What made this possible was shared European law. Brexit means that, for these benefits to continue, we must be certain to have a body of law that continues to facilitate that open border. The transition period, as the UK leaves the EU, contains that legal certainty because existing EU laws will continue to operate. The future relationship agreement is expected to contain equivalent legal certainty to maintain such a non-existent border. Of course, that hasn't yet been negotiated. But in the unlikely event that the future relationship does not provide such certainty, no future relationship agreement can be made at all. We need to have a legally operable backstop in the withdrawal agreement as an insurance policy. That has been the position of this House and of the Government. We have that in the document revealed last week, alongside a commitment to use our best efforts to ensure we never need to use that actual insurance policy. Unionists do have a legitimate concern about the backstop, because it does single out Northern Ireland in certain aspects. But this has to be looked at in a measured way. For centuries, the United Kingdom has treated both Scotland and Northern Ireland, in fact all of Ireland, differently from England and Wales. Different legislation and policies applied and continue to apply in each jurisdiction. Devolution has enhanced regional differences. The UK, in fact, was never a unitary state where all parts endured the same or operated the same body of laws. So it's not a radical suggestion that Northern Ireland might do some things differently in the interests of its people and its businesses. As it happens, Northern Ireland currently benefits from an all-Ireland energy market under EU rules, and the withdrawal agreement provides a legal basis for that to continue. An all-Ireland wholesale electricity market does not undermine anyone's sovereignty, anyone's identity, or anyone's constitutional preferences. Northern Ireland currently benefits from an all-Ireland food, health and safety regime. For years now, live animals moving between Britain and Northern Ireland are tested before transport across the Irish Sea, and it's never been raised as a constitutional issue. If and only if the backstop is needed, this will be extended to other food products. If our insurance policy is needed, Northern Ireland will remain in the EU customs union and subject to parts of the single market rules to the extent necessary to keep the border open. That will create some paperwork east-west between Northern Ireland and Britain, if and only if the future relationship between the EU and the UK is so distant that the backstop is rendered necessary. But the benefit to Northern Ireland's people and businesses is the backstop gives them free access to the entire market of the EU. It is potentially a tremendous win-win situation, but it will require political leadership in Northern Ireland to fully explain its potential. At any rate, this is only hypothetical, as we don't yet know the shape of the future relationship. There is a danger of countries playing constitutional politics with the withdrawal agreement. We see that in some of the mutterings in the last hour or so from Spain or from France, threatening issues over Gibraltar or other matters. There is no constitutional manoeuvring going on in the Irish case. Let us be clear about that across this House. And we shouldn't try to muscle in constitutional issues in this agreement. We won't accept a backstop that moves backwards to take away the tangible benefits of the Good Friday Agreement, but neither do we need it to leverage something that is not agreed in the Good Friday Agreement. There is nothing in the Irish component of the withdrawal agreement that should concern unionists, and I include unionists across all parties in Westminster. The real and substantial sticking point is the question of whether the withdrawal agreement constrains or limits the future relationship agreement. And the simple answer is, yes, it does. The withdrawal agreement has close cooperation on customs built into it, which strongly signals close alignment on customs into the future. Now, is that a problem? For most people of most political persuasions, it most certainly is not. Deeper economic cooperation is happening across the globe. Countries everywhere are in customs unions and negotiating new ones in Southeast Asia, in Central America, in South America, in the Caribbean, in East Africa, Central Africa, West Africa and Southern Africa, through the Gulf Cooperation States and the Eurasian Customs Union. Most of the world is in one or more customs or free trade agreements. The future UK-EU relationship will inevitably involve economic cooperation. Both sides have talked up an ambitious, close future relationship. It is clearly in our best interests for East-West trade between Ireland and Britain to be free and open if possible. We would prefer a scenario where the British people got to vote again. I tend to agree with Gordon Brown that not enough has been done to allow people across the UK to properly address their own sense of frustrations. Not enough has been done to counteract a media environment that has dripped poison about the EU for decades, not least through the toxic pen of former Foreign Secretary Johnson. A significant number of people in the UK have serious doubts about the EU. We do need to understand these doubts. I don't believe they're due to nationalist xenophobia. I think they're largely because of domestic economic policies that have left too many people behind, especially in the north of England and in rural England. I think fuel has been poured on the fire of Euroscepticism by a cynical public commentary over too many years. After a process of national deliberation, including business and civil society, alongside ordinary citizens, we might see the kind of societal shift of attitudes that we've seen in our own society through citizens' assemblies, profoundly moving and shifting public attitudes to issues that we thought were entrenched. That in turn would make it possible to believe that a second referendum might indeed produce a different result. Not just a narrow victory for Remain that would leave behind too much bitterness and cynicism. There is nothing undemocratic about consulting people a second time, as long as something substantial has changed that might reasonably ask people to change their views. And two things have certainly changed. Firstly, the level of general knowledge about the EU has immeasurably grown. Even leading politicians, apparently, knew very little about the details of the customs union or the atomic energy cooperation or countless other details of the European Union. They do now. And secondly, there is a deal on the table. It has its strengths, its weaknesses, its upsides, its downsides too. It is telling that many of the arch-Brexiteers only talk about the downsides, and they fail to articulate any vision of how Britain might prosper outside of the European Union. In my view, this is because the UK cannot become another Japan. The UK economy does not produce the kinds of goods and services that would make Fortress Britain a viable model in global trade. Enough has changed since 2016 that it would be reasonable and sensible to ask the British people if they are sure that their vote of 2016 is what they want. Who wins from Brexit? Not the people of the United Kingdom. They will almost certainly be poorer, even under the most generous future relationship. Clearly, certain wealthy individuals and organisations see opportunities for themselves. The withdrawal agreement is on the table, is as good as the circumstances allow. It is a sad loss for the European Union. We can hope that a process of reconciliation can occur between the UK post-Brexit and the European Union. We would certainly welcome the return of the UK people back as full members of the European project into the future. We would warmly welcome a second referendum before the door is firmly closed, perhaps after a postponement of the trigger date of Article 50. And as for the motion before the House, Labour will support it as the best deal that could be negotiated in the circumstances that prevail.
Dr. John Burton, who has 5 minutes.
Thank you. Brexit is without doubt the biggest disruptor and challenge to Ireland, north and south, since the building and construction collapse and the banking collapse of 2008. But so much has been spoken and written about it that many people are weary of this convoluted and complex discussion. The document presented by Mr. Barnier and his team represents one of the better possibilities for Ireland, or the least worst, whichever way you want to put it. Because, being honest, very few people on this island, north and south, ever wanted a referendum. The possibility of a hard border is an enormous threat to livelihoods, north and south, so the backstop is absolutely essential. The UK and Ireland are now over 45 years in the European Union. In the context of the armistice remembrances of the period of the First World War, I think it's important to remember that we are now longer than the period of the First World War, the interwar years, and the period up to the end and after the Second World War in the EU. And our membership has helped to transform this country, particularly, speaking as a woman deputy, the approach of the European Union collectively in terms of equality towards women and in the workplace and human rights, civil rights, workers' rights, has actually, in terms of this country, enabled a huge amount of progress that otherwise could have taken perhaps 3 times longer. And the best hope for the future of our European Union, as well as for our Ireland, but particularly for the European Union, is that we have a renewed vision of a social EU, which it was strongly up to about 20 years ago. And that the EU represents and joins the fight to end poverty, homelessness, and lack of social provision. And that in Ireland, we continue to develop our model of social provision and care in line with the best performers in the European Union. I think we need, as a country, as a society, to do much, much more to reach out to all the citizens of Northern Ireland. Recently, just to give an example, how unsettling this debate has been at times and this discussion. Boris Johnson, I think in a comment which raised a lot of eyebrows, he remarked that the border between the 2 parts of Ireland is no different to the border between Camden and Islington. So can you imagine Dundalk and Newry and the borderlands in between? Basically, they're his Camden and Islington. You might say, in a certain sense, how posh, but how removed from any real notion of what life and indeed geography is like in this country. So I think we need, in the context of very difficult debates still to come and disruptions and changes still to come, to take the Good Friday Agreement as offering the best roadmap in many ways and possibilities to a post-Brexit settlement. And just to, recall that the agreement recognises that it is for the people of Ireland alone to exercise the right to self-determination, but on the basis of consent, north and south. And when it's the wish to actually progress that. And I think that that is actually something that is critical that everyone in this chamber should acknowledge and recognise. We don't really need rhetoric about easy achievements that we all know mean changes in hearts and minds, and not just simply determination that our way, right or wrong.
Thank you, Deputy. Your time
I just want to recall as well the words of one Ulster poet, John Hewitt, about being an Ulsterman, British, Irish and European. and that anyone who demeans any part of that demeans all of it.
Thank you, Deputy. Deputy Richard Boyd Barrett.
With Deputy Barry, Chair. And can I just clarify? Do we need to move our amendments now?
No, you can't move. You can debate and discuss it, but you can't move it until amendment number 2 has been disposed of.
Okay, but I can talk to them.
Oh, absolutely. You can speak to the amendment.
Okay. As socialists and as internationalists, our imperative in the whole Brexit drama is twofold. One, to protect the interests of working people, and two, to oppose any effort or attempt to impose a border, north and south. And those two immediate imperatives flow from more general principles that we hold, which are internationalist in outlook. That we think borders divide people. Whether they're borders north-south, whether they're borders east-west, or whether they're borders around Fortress Europe. We don't like borders because they divide people, they set people against one another, they encourage people to see themselves in competition with one another. And workers always lose because of that. So that is our guiding principle, and it is the logic behind the position we will take in relation to the motion before us. In relation to the question of the north-south border, the government and the officials have achieved something significant. There's no doubt about it. In getting a commitment not to have a hard border, or to avoid a hard border, to be strictly accurate about what's in it, to avoid a hard border, that is an achievement. And for that reason, we certainly would not oppose this motion. However, we don't have the same guarantees about the fate of workers in the Brexit drama, and I noticed that the ICTU came out today, albeit supporting the agreement, but their slogan, I think, was a good slogan, which was, workers should not pay the price for Brexit. That's an important thought, and one that hasn't been discussed sufficiently throughout the Brexit drama, because, of course, as Naomi Klein pointed out in relation to the economic collapse, there is a thing these days called disaster capitalism, which is taking certain people who use opportunities, big business primarily, and states, who use the opportunities of crises to push forward their own agenda, and the losers are working people. We saw that obviously most dramatically with the crash of 2008, where a crash caused by bankers was paid for by working people, with horrendous consequences, not just in this country, but globally. So our amendment in relation to workers is precisely to trumpet the demand that whatever else happens in this drama, working people should not pay the price, shouldn't suffer, shouldn't be asked to pay the bill. And that any agreement or lack of agreement should not be used as a pretext to attack incomes, to attack wages, to demand wage restraint, or to cut public services. And I think that's a very, very important demand. And, you know, particularly given, as previous speakers have mentioned, the fatigue that is setting in with a lot of people who listen to backstops, long backstops and back long stops, and just wonder, when is this stuff going to end? Because what they want to know is, how is it going to impact on them? What we are setting out in our amendment and in our general attitude to this is our determination to fight on behalf of working people to ensure that they don't end up paying the price as different, frankly unsavoury political forces politically manoeuvre for their own narrow agendas. On the British side, when you look at the leadership of Britain or the people who have led the narrative on the British exit from the European Union, the threat is obvious in terms of workers' rights, because the particular form of exit from the European Union that these people want is a bargain basement fortress Britain to essentially lead a race to the bottom at every single level in a way that will detrimentally impact on working people in the interests of narrow sections of British capital who see Brexit as an opportunity to attack workers' rights and advance their own particular interests. Those people have also very cynically used xenophobia, racism, anti-immigrant sentiment as a mechanism to deflect attention away from their own failings and the disaster they have inflicted on many sections of the British working class in order to deflect attention away from their responsibility for that and to attack vulnerable people, immigrants, minorities and so on. So the danger from those people is pretty obvious. The danger that is not so obvious because the narrative that has dominated this debate has been Tory Brexiteers and UKIP and all those sort of people bad, therefore anybody who's on the other side of the debate must necessarily be good. And of course that's not necessarily true. I don't buy into the lesser of two evils theory of politics. I think it's a bad theory of politics. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend, and certainly when you look at how Europe has similarly treated immigrants, and you look at the thousands of dead drowning in the Mediterranean because of Fortress Europe policies, the idea that Europe are the good guys when it comes to immigration and the treatment of minorities, the vulnerable, it doesn't really stack up. Nor are they the good guys in protecting working people's rights, because, as we know, when the crash happened in Europe, they were absolutely determined to make working people pay for it, to the extent of actually threatening to let off financial bombs in Dublin if we dared to burn the bondholders. That's what they said. Trichet will let off a financial bomb in Dublin. So are these our allies? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Do I trust them with the best interests of working people? I certainly do not. Do I trust them with the whole question of the increased militarisation of Europe, the advance of the European military project around a European army? How could you possibly do that when some of the leading figures in Europe are talking absolutely blatantly now about wanting to move towards a European army? So, yes, it is good that the Irish government, with the support of everybody in this House, has secured a commitment not to have a hard border or to avoid a hard border. But do I trust either of our interlocutors in this to actually guarantee that? I absolutely do not. And I thought it was very telling in that regard that Leo Varadkar said at the weekend, and I quoted it earlier on, but it really has to go on the record. I think in a no-deal scenario it would be very difficult to avoid a hard border. As Ireland is remaining part of the European Union, we would no doubt be required to implement European law. Now that is a very alarming comment. I made this point when this whole debate started, and I've made it successively since. That in the event of a no Brexit deal, or this deal not going through, and there's very real danger this deal won't be agreed no matter what happens in the Dáil tonight, and it will go through the Dáil tonight because we won't oppose it, but that it's going to unravel, not succeed, and there may be a hard Brexit. And if that's the case, what the Taoiseach is saying is pressure is going to come on from Europe to secure the single market. and that their priority will be the market over the question of averting a hard border. That's the unmistakable logic of those words. So that quote is not accurate. Well, I'll read it for the people out there who are listening. I'll read it. I think in a no-deal scenario it would be very difficult to avoid a hard border. As Ireland is remaining part of the European Union, we would no doubt be required to implement European law. Now that sounds to me pretty clear that pressure will come on to protect the integrity of the market, and therefore the border the issue of averting a hard border could come under pressure. And it is in that context that our second amendment has been put forward, saying that the Irish government should seek a border poll to happen simultaneously north-south if there is any even inkling that there might be a hard border established. And I would say beyond that, beyond the immediate need to do that, because that's on basic democratic grounds. If there's a possibility of a hard border with pressure from Britain or the UK on basic democratic grounds, the people of the North and South should have a right to have a say on whether they are willing to accept that or want that. So that's, to me, a very simple thing that we should say, and to be honest, it's a warning shot to Europe to say if there's any pressure comes on us, we will have to do this. But I would also say that the logic of all of this crisis and the drama is also to say a border doesn't make sense. A border does not make sense. And that this is the time to advance an argument about the benefits of a united Ireland. And, you know, when you look at 500 redundancies in Bombardier this week, you get a sense of how you could begin to advance that argument about the interests of working people, the common interests of working people, uniting in their common interests on the basis that they are workers, and that opposing a border, having unity, and a breaking from the green-orange tribal politics which has divided working people, weakened working people, and resulted in a pretty rotten little statelet up in the north, which has done little for working people, that this is an argument that can gain an echo, not just among people who would see themselves as nationalists, but also among working-class Protestant people. So those are the logics behind our two amendments. I'll just conclude by saying this. While we're not going to oppose it, Taoiseach, nor could we vote for the agreement. And I'll tell you simply why. Precisely because I'm an internationalist. It makes reference to, for example, the need for Britain and the European Union to continue their commitment on the EU-Turkey deal. Now, the EU-Turkey deal is an absolutely rotten, Fortress Europe, anti-immigrant deal. A deal with a rotten, brutal regime that has absolutely no respect for human rights in Turkey. We have essentially used Turkey, paid Turkey to be a buffer against desperate Syrians trying to flee from a horrendous situation in Syria and to keep them out of the European Union. That's referred to the need to maintain that commitment. I couldn't possibly support that in an active way. I'm not going to oppose the deal because it has got a commitment on the border issue, but nor am I going to endorse that. Nor am I going to endorse references to EU policies on state aid, which to my mind are a real problem. And I disagree with Deputy Howland on this. EU state aid rules are a problem in terms of us being able to invest in key strategic public enterprise without having to be subject to the rules of competition according to the fiscal treaties, that insist on competition when there are areas, key areas of public investment and public infrastructure where we do not need competition. The last thing we need is competition. What we need is public investment in key services and key infrastructure. So that's our position. Hold fast. No border, north and south. and insist that working people do not pay the price for whatever resolution finally emerges to the Brexit drama.
McBarry.
I'm going to start with a statement of first principles. Reference has been made to the national interest. For us, the interests that we care about are the interests of working class people. And when we say working class people, we mean the interests of working class people here in the Republic, the interests of working class people in Northern Ireland, both Catholic and Protestant, the interests of working class people in England, Scotland, Wales, and the interests of working class people right across the European Union. So we will judge this agreement on how well it serves the interests of working class people, or otherwise, as the case may be. So for us, the key questions are: will this agreement guarantee jobs? Will this agreement guarantee living standards? Will it guarantee peace? Will it serve to heal sectarian division, or will it serve to exacerbate it? Apart from the last speaker, not a single deputy has made reference yet to the fact that the politics of neoliberalism run through this document like the stitching on a jacket. To focus on just one example, the question of state intervention. Article 16 of Annex 4 on page 373 states, "The Union and the UK acknowledge that anti-competitive business practice and state intervention have the potential to distort the proper functioning of markets and undermine the benefits of trade liberalisation." Pages 465 to 69 make reference to limiting state aid for postal services, broadband, railways, airports, etc. We hear much talk of division in the British Conservative Party. We hear much talk of government instability, and we hear much talk of a UK general election. At the Taoiseach, Mrs May and the EU negotiators are all no doubt aware that the likely winner of that election is Mr Corbyn. Nor no doubt are they blind to the fact that Mr Corbyn has pledged to reverse many of the privatisations put in place by British governments going back to the time of Mrs Thatcher. He has pledged to reverse rail privatisation. He has pledged to reverse water privatisation. He has pledged to renationalise the mail. State aid has been pledged to help build 1 million new homes. How many of these would be permitted under this deal? None of this would be permitted under this deal. If this deal is a deal for Brexit, it's clearly a deal for a Tory Brexit. Pro-market, pro-privatisation and pro-the rich. Anti-nationalisation, anti-public services and anti-the interests of working class people. And this is not a surprise when you look at who was at the talks. The Tory government and the top EU officialdom both represent the interests of, in the last analysis, big business elites. Nobody in these negotiations represented the interests of working class people. And the interests of working class people need to be represented now. The Minister for Finance says that a hard Brexit could cost 40,000 jobs. The ESRI say that wage cuts could be in the 5 to 10% range for workers in agri-food, tourism and manufacturing. The ESRI, the Nevin Economic Research Institute and the Department of Housing all agree that Brexit will mean more rent rises in the big cities. In Northern Ireland, Bombardier welcomed the deal and then announced the destruction of 500 jobs, 10% of their Northern Ireland workforce. Now, there's been much talk of red lines having been laid down by the various parties engaged in the negotiations to date. It's time for the organised working class movement to lay down its red lines in relation to the issues. No to job losses, no to wage cuts, no to cuts in services or an exacerbation of the housing crisis, and, an important point, no to sectarian division, a point that I'll come back to in a moment. The bosses should be put on notice that any and all attempts to attack our jobs, our pay and our conditions will meet with real resistance. No holds barred. We are calling for the convening of an emergency conference with the widest possible participation of workers' representatives from workplaces across the entire island of Ireland, north and south, and alongside trade unionists from Britain too. Such a conference should host a full and a democratic discussion on how best now to defend and fight for the interests of working people and the communities that we come from. Our hope is that the Irish Congress of Trade Unions would take responsibility for the convening of such a conference. But should the Congress decide not to take such a step, our hope would be that a coalition of the trade union bodies prepared to do so would do so. The trade union movement represents 800,000 members in Ireland, including 200,000 members in the north of Ireland. The trade union movement has more than 6 million members in Britain. It has the potential to be a powerful force intervening into this situation. Such a conference should dispel the myth, and it is a myth, that workers' rights have been handed down by a benevolent European Union. This turns reality on its head. The European Union has been central to waging a war on workers, particularly given its role in troika austerity programmes, as we've experienced in this country. Of course, they did it alongside right-wing governments like the Irish government. So who has really fought for workers' rights, and how are they really won? This year marks the 50th anniversary of the Ford strike in Dagenham, which forced the Labour government to concede the Equal Pay Act. The incredibly strong strike of 8,500 council workers in Glasgow recently, which the BBC described as one of the biggest ever strikes in the UK on the issue of equal pay, is testament to the fact that these rights are won through struggle. The trade union movement must reject the false choice of this deal versus the UK walking out of the EU. In the words of Len McCluskey, the General Secretary of Unite, Unite utterly opposes the false choice of a bad deal versus no deal. That should be the position of the movement as a whole. There's another reason why the trade union movement should reject false choices on this issue. Both this deal and the UK crashing out of the EU with no deal contain within themselves the potential for sectarian polarisation in Northern Ireland. This deal provides for extra non-customs checks on some types of goods passing between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK in certain circumstances in approximately 2 years' time. In other words, an east-west border could begin to emerge as early as December 2020. That's not even to mention the question of a north-south border, which I'll return to later. In that sense, this deal will add to the insecurities felt about the future by many ordinary Protestants. If there's a perception over time that their identity is being diminished, it could provoke a serious reaction, as we've seen in the past. The real issue here is not the DUP. The real issue is the concerns and fears of ordinary working-class Protestant people. By the way, just on that, is there any chance that we could see those concerns being dealt with in a more serious and sensitive way in the media here, rather than the kind of patronising portrayals that we see so often? That would be a step forward. Now, even if the parliamentary arithmetic had been different after the last general election and there had been no DUP-Tory deal, the opposition of Northern Ireland Protestants to any perception of an east-west border being created would still be a factor to be weighed. Equally, and conversely, if on the basis of this deal being rejected now and a move towards a hard border, there is the potential for a strong reaction from the Catholic community. Border posts, custom posts, any physical manifestation of a hard border would become symbols of a denial of the national aspirations of the Catholic population and would not be accepted in any way. Not only would it not be accepted, it would be opposed in a vocal and a very active way. Trade unions, which unite people across the sectarian divide, should take action against any moves which would harden the border or raise the prospects of a new east-west border in the Irish Sea. When our colleagues in People Before Profit state, as they do in their amendment, that the Brexit crisis must not be used as a pretext by employers or government to enforce wage restraint, etc., we can only agree with them. On the other hand, when our colleagues in PPP issue a call for a border poll in the same amendment, we must fundamentally disagree with them. A border poll does not offer any solution to resolving issues raised by the Brexit or resolving the issue of the national question in Ireland. The logic of a border poll is based on the mathematics of sectarianism. It either means a continued coercion of the Catholic population into the status quo, or a vote that would attempt to coerce the Protestant population into a state that it will refuse to accept. The campaign itself would be a sectarian headcount and would carry the risk of seriously ratcheting up sectarian tensions. The only solution to the problems of sectarianism is to build a powerful workers' movement that can challenge both unionism and nationalism with socialist policies, including through the creation of a new mass political party which represents working-class people, both Catholic and Protestant. The real guarantors of peace in Northern Ireland are the working-class people, Catholic and Protestant, who have been prepared to take to the streets to take action against the forces of sectarianism. The EU is not a guarantor of peace. Any idea that it is completely contradicted by the recent calls by Merkel and Macron for a European army and plans to ramp up European spending, as well as the militarisation contained in PESCO, which includes Irish government participation. Nor is the EU a guarantor of the rights of minorities. This was shown recently by EU support for the Spanish state in repressing the national aspirations and rights of people in Catalonia. A lot of misery, a lot of people who feel the system is failing them, a lot of people who feel that the system is really just there to punish them. These were the words last week of UN Rapporteur Philip Alston, talking about 14 million people who live in poverty in Tory Britain. It was this anger against the system which carried the Brexit vote. This anger has the power to rock the establishment once again by bringing down the crisis-ridden Tory government and bringing a Corbyn government to power. Socialists in Ireland would welcome the return of a Corbyn government. If such a government were to adopt a position of socialist opposition to the European Union, it would transform the situation. A Corbyn government should seek to reopen negotiations and demand an entirely different relationship with the EU, including new trade and custom arrangements based on the interests of working-class people, not the 1%. Corbyn could speak over the heads of the Commission, reaching out to working-class people across Europe in rejecting neoliberal rules, calling for coordinated action for green energy on a Europe-wide basis, and popularising a socialist vision for Europe. A left government would be able to call on workers throughout the continent to fight the race to the bottom in their own countries, mobilising against attempts by their own governments or the EU to pursue punitive measures against other workers in Britain, Ireland or elsewhere. The workers' movement in Ireland should mobilise its resources as part of a Europe-wide fight back. Socialists are in favour of a genuinely united Europe. This will only be possible with the socialist transformation of society, allowing the coming together of nations of Europe in a democratic, European-wide confederation. We fight for socialism in Ireland with full democratic rights for the Protestant community. We are in favour of a socialist federation of Ireland, Scotland, England and Wales in a free and voluntary federation and a socialist United States of Europe. I started by asking the question whether this agreement serves the interests of working-class people. Our answer is that it does not, and for this reason we will vote against the government's proposal this evening. The real challenge now is for the working-class movement to carve out a real, genuine alternative to this system and what it offers to people, and to put the interests of working people at the heart of building such an alternative.
Moving into the next group, it's Deputy Tommy Bruhan, Maureen O'Sullivan, Brendan Smith and Declan Brannock. You're all sharing 30 minutes. Thank you, Deputy O'Sullivan.
First of all, like other contributors to the debate here, I do want to acknowledge the work, the hours that have been put in by the ministers, the officials, the departments and the organisations in trying to prepare for Brexit, whether it was going to be a hard one, a soft one or a no-deal Brexit. And I can't help but think of how that work, that energy and those hours could have been better spent on other issues in Ireland, in Europe and in the world. But we respect the democratic vote in Britain and in Northern Ireland, some 51%. But yet we know in Northern Ireland the majority voted to remain. In Scotland the majority voted to remain. And in Gibraltar a very significant 96% voted to remain. And we're seeing now this ambiguity relating to Gibraltar posing a possible Spanish opposition. But I know it won't prevent it going through the EU. Protecting the Good Friday Agreement has been paramount, and that's obvious to us, but not, I think, to the people in Britain. The Good Friday Agreement was hard won, and it's very positive that there was a generation of young people in Northern Ireland who did not experience the violence, the disruption and the devastation that their parents and their grandparents experienced during the Troubles. So it was very difficult to listen to people last week in a vox pop, people who lived on the border, and when they were asked the question, well, what about border returning? And they didn't seem to mind. It was almost as if they were welcoming the return of a border. And of course we know that that has been fuelled by members of Parliament from the DUP, and you can't help but think that they really are, if not living in the past, they want to return to the past. As a member of the implementation of the Good Friday Committee, I think we spent almost every meeting in the past year and a half hearing from a wide range of groups and organisations and officials on the potential impact of Brexit. And I don't think we heard anybody speaking positively about Brexit. However, I do think that there is the potential for Ireland to perhaps do better, because it will take away our over-reliance on one particular market. And there was one statistic that if even 1% of firms relocated here, that could mean 6,000 jobs. I think it's also a wake-up call to the EU on the need to reconsider their vision, their principles and their values, and to look honestly at the areas that are in need of reform, because there are deficiencies, because increasingly we're seeing a two-tier EU of growing inequality, and we are seeing a dominance of certain EU powers. I think we can acknowledge that the EU did recognise and respect how Ireland would be particularly affected by the withdrawal of Britain and the possible political and economic consequences for Ireland. And I do agree that Michel Barnier seemed to be very much on Ireland's side. I think the positives that have been brought out, the transition period is good, the continued cooperation between North-South bodies, the electricity issue, common travel area, and the hope that the backstop will prevent a return to the border. But there are concerns, and one is in relation to community relations, and I do think that they have been damaged. But we know how important community relations are. We saw that support for Brexit was strongest in unionist areas outside of Belfast, and support to remain was in most of the other areas. But I think that deterioration in community relations, it's time that we get that back on track to restore and to rebuild on the relations that were there. I do think we've also seen in the Brexit debate almost a normalisation of an anti-immigrant rhetoric, and we've seen an increase in racist attacks in Northern Ireland and in elsewhere. There's also concerns around workers' rights, because with Britain out of Brexit and this possible increase in competitiveness, who's going to lose out on that? Well, it will be workers. And there's also environmental issues if Britain is not going to be bound by certain EU directives on the environment. There was a Charter of Rights for the island of Ireland, not implemented, and I think it's time that we could have a look at that again. And then the EU peace and structural funds, have the value that they have been to the voluntary and community sector, using them for many projects, and also for some of the most disadvantaged communities in Northern Ireland. And we do know that there are communities in Northern Ireland who feel hard done by and feel that they did not benefit from the Good Friday. We've been consumed by Brexit, that other issues have been further sidelined than they were, and there are outstanding issues from the Fresh Start and the Stormont House agreements, particularly in relation to criminal justice, community engagement, prevention of a return to militarism, not to mention the legacy issues. So the legacy issues, that includes the section in the Stormont House agreement on the past, and we know about the outstanding issues. There were proposals for the Historical Investigations Unit, the Independent Commission on Information Retrieval, Implementation and Reconciliation Group, the Oral History Archive, and all of them have been at a standstill. And I think there is a real danger in the midst of Brexit that the legacy issues will go further and further down the list of priorities, if they really were ever on the list of priority. The Commission for Victims and Survivors, I think there's a need to look at that. I know there have been some interesting submissions to that recently, and maybe this time that we'd have a look at that. I was watching the debate here from my office, and it was all, very calm and very orderly, and it would appear that most people here are on the same page, very positive. But I turned on to the BBC News, and what was happening in the House of Commons was a very, very different matter. And even turning to Brussels, there were some disquieting matters coming from there. So while we may support the draft agreement, and it will go through here, and the EU probably will also, there's no guarantee, what's going to happen in the British Parliament, and it could be back to the drawing board. But there's just so many permutations and combinations. Will it mean the downfall of Theresa May? Is it going to be change of government? Is it going to be an election? Is there going to be another referendum? So it's in that whole scenario. But in the meantime, I do think it's time that we get back to the real business of life and living, and the issues that are affecting people living in Northern Ireland, regardless of the senselessness of a small island with 26 counties in the EU and 6 outside.
Thank you, Deputy Tommy Brown.
Thanks. When we downloaded the 585-page draft agreement on the withdrawal of the UK last Wednesday evening in my own office, like many others, I turned very quickly to the protocol on Ireland and the Northern Ireland from page 302 or so, as you know, Minister. On the first reading, of course, it did seem the protocol seemed to satisfy Ireland's core and essential demand that there couldn't be returned to a hard border in Ireland. The preface to the protocol acknowledged, among other basic realities, the unique circumstances on this island, the importance of the Good Friday or the Belfast Agreement, and the rights of our Irish and EU citizens in Northern Ireland, and the commitment to unfettered market access from goods moving from Northern Ireland to the rest of the UK, and to the UK being committed to protecting and supporting continued North-South and East-West cooperation, also seem to indicate that Michel Barnier and the EU of 27 and the various UK negotiators had produced a reasonable compromise on avoiding a hard border and arranging the exit of the UK from the European Union. And of course, on a number of occasions, Minister, on his visits to this House, a number of us did, put it to Michel Barnier how much we depended on, good solidarity for the current Irish government in this whole endeavour. The protocol, of course, including the backstop, Article 2, the extension of the transition period, Article 3, the rights of individuals in the 4th Article, the Common Travel Area, Article 5, sets out the important basic requirements of preventing the return to a hard border. And most importantly, Article 6, of course, keeps the UK in the Customs Union, but also refers to the Joint Committee adopting detailed rules for the 2 parts of the Customs Union before July 1st, 2020. And of course, unfortunately, Minister, I know it's access to waters and fisheries. It's not covered by this commitment. The reference to the single electricity market in Article 11 and the common provisions in Article 15 are also noteworthy, as are the Specialised Committee and the Joint Consultative Working Group on implementation of the protocol in Articles 16 and 17, and the review of the backstop protocol, the critical, important Article 20, Minister. They're framed very briefly, but they do seem to give a basic guarantee that the protocol cannot be abandoned unilaterally by the UK, and that the representatives of the people of Northern Ireland must have an input. So while the protocol does give some satisfaction that the worst impacts of a no-deal Brexit in Ireland, North and South, may be avoided, the substantive draft text of the overall agreement still faces a momentous challenge. The profound East-West economic and social connections between this country and Britain, of course, will be best served by the UK remaining in the European Union and working with us to achieve much-needed democratic change in the European institutions. And my colleagues who have spoken earlier on, I wouldn't disagree with them in relation to future democratic, socially just Europe. But this halfway house withdrawal agreement continues, I think, to deep uncertainty for our economy and country, which the withdrawal agreement now pushes out to December 2020 and possibly to late 2022. Articles 9 to 39, of course, of the draft agreement itself refer to citizens' rights, but again, we're in a unique situation with the Common Travel travel area. The Taoiseach informed me last week, Minister, that bilateral agreements will have to be forged between Ireland and the UK in addition to the future trade relationship after 2020 because of the apparently shaky legal basis of the common travel area at the moment. Article 40 onwards, of course, of the substantive agreement deals with the divorce or the separation provisions for the UK and the EU. And the UK Brexit Department's commentary on this shows how EU economic and legal order in the UK is brought, it says, what it calls to an orderly conclusion, which again sounds very ominous for us Irish, both north and south. And although sections like Article 62 to 65 on ongoing police and judicial cooperation, Article 70, 74 on data and information, Article 79 to 85, they give some hope that there will be a clear alignment of the EU and UK in key areas post-2020 or 2022. Articles 126 to 132 of the withdrawal agreement on the transition, of course, confirm that Brexit uncertainties and disruption may continue for many years into the future. And the UK, of course, has achieved the time limit implementation period from March 29th next up to December 31st, 2020, which includes, remarkably, of course, continued attendance at many EU meetings, especially around common foreign and security policy. But it's alarming for our fishing communities, Minister, that the EU intends to negotiate its own fishing opportunities, and it's there in black and white from 2021. The protocol on Ireland, Northern Ireland, of course, gives the UK the right to request an extension of the implementation period before July 1st, 2020 if a future agreement to supersede the protocol can't be finalised by December 2020. And the UK then obviously has a choice either to implement the agreed Northern Ireland backstop or to seek an extension of the implementation period. The UK's financial settlement with the EU in Articles 133 to 157 of the main agreement, of course, may have and will have, I think, significant implications for our budgets after 2020. The UK's the total seems to be estimated by their Treasury at 45 to 60 billion, and despite reassurance from the Minister of Finance that, and of course, the UK will be continuing payments up to 2031 and perhaps up to 2064 in relation to pensions and so on. But we had this debate previously, as you know, Minister, with I think when Commissioner Hogan was here, about the proportion of an increased budgetary contribution that we will have to make to Europe, and given the fact that we're now a net contributor, that will obviously be very significant. Whether it's going to be 0.102% or 0.112%, or as some of the MEPs seem to want, 1.3%. Obviously, the draft agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol would seem to need a small miracle to pass through the House of Commons. Like many others, I've closely followed the debate in the British Labour Party about the whole Brexit policy of UKIP and this chaotic Tory government. The admirable Keith Starmer MP, of course, has devised 6 tests that the British Labour Party believes any Brexit deal should include. These tests are a future close relationship with the EU, and I quote, exact same benefits as the UK now has in the single market and customs union, the fair management of migration, rights and protections for workers, the protection of national security, including against crime, and being fair to all regions and nations of the UK. Now, it's hard to see how the draft agreement before us can possibly pass the second test. So it's understandable why many UK Labour representatives and activists want to reject the agreement and go all out to eject this terrible Tory government. But of course, many leaders of UK Labour opinion, such as the distinguished journalist Paul Mason, have urged the party to offer a second referendum when Prime Minister May is defeated on this deal and when a general election comes about. But UK Socialists and Social Democrats, in common with the broad left across Europe and in this House, they need to look again, of course, as previous speakers have said, at the core reasons why the UK voted for Brexit in the first place. They were that, certainly in protest at the bureaucratic and remote character of the EU institutions, the ferocious race to the bottom character of much EU economic policy, including the disastrous, unregulated financialisation which devastated so many EU countries in the crash since 2008, and which Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, of course, implemented in this country, and the unforgivable treatment of Greece, our own country, Portugal and many regions of the larger states, all of this created the atmosphere which produced Brexit. For those of us, and I believe it's most of us in this House, who want a confederal Europe, President Macron and Chancellor Merkel, they still haven't learned the lesson of Brexit. This fantasist who is now the President of France, President Macron, he's still going around demanding a European army as his own people put on the yellow high-vis jackets and march out for their rights on the streets. So it would be best, Ciarán, if the UK stayed beside us and worked to reform Europe, and they're leaving us as the only common law jurisdiction, of course, in the new entity. The whole current negotiation process led by led by Barnier has been predicated on making it very hard for any state to leave. Indeed, leaving the UK, or the EU minister, it has been compared to the Eagles' old song, The Hotel California, where you can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. But in the draft agreement before us, the UK, even from their own Brexiteer point of view, they're now perhaps out of the hotel building and in the hotel grounds. And for that reason, and respecting the vote of the British people, perhaps this agreement, they should accept this agreement. And we in this country should use the breathing space down to 2020 or 2022 to encourage them to rejoin us, hopefully after the general election, in a campaign for major changes in the UK institutions and laws, and especially for the retention of the EU's confederal character. So in conclusion, Ciarán, I will be supporting the Taoiseach's motion. I'm also happy that he should accept the Sinn Féin amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Brughan. Deputy Declan Brannock.
In supporting the motion, Minister, I wish to commend firstly the many politicians, parties and none, and the public officials together with the many sectoral areas that worked tirelessly to come to this draft agreement that's before us. In saying that, I wish to preface my remarks by saying that this House respects the UK vote. We regret their decisions. We're resigned that if the UK really do wish to leave, that we are resigned to minimising any damage to the people, to our economy, and that's both north and south, but more importantly to maintain peace on our island. Unfortunately, Brexit is a regressive and retrograde step, ridiculously wrong that such exhaustive resources and time has had to be committed to resolve the issue. But the biggest error that I find in all of this rhetoric is for the House and this government to be ready for all eventualities. I say to those who seem to want to desire that cliff-edge Brexit, the cards have been dealt, and you've got to know when to hold them and when to fold them. To the DUP, I say the Good Friday Agreement protects all our constitutional rights. The deal on offer is about ensuring that all our island economy strives and continues to strive and struggle and succeed. I say to them, forget your ideologies. This draft withdrawal agreement is about unity of our people, and as I've said many times, not about our land. It's all about our base, and that base is our families, especially that of our young, and that unity is in the interests of both our islands' progression in peace and prosperity. Theresa May has a long way to go to achieve consensus on it for her side, and I want to wish her well in that uphill struggle. While you, Minister, and others have said that the agreement was not open to negotiation, Mrs May was in Brussels today in the scramble to finalise a deal in time for Sunday's summit. I know that Theresa May is trying her best to achieve consensus on the Brexit agreement. However, officials today in the EU are hinting that Sunday's EU summit could be cancelled, with one official saying that he will need to have agreed beforehand the political declaration of the future relationship, and we are not there yet. In my view, Theresa May is a long way off achieving any agreement in our own Parliament. As a border TD, the impact on the north of our island and the border region which I represent cannot be underestimated. The Irish and the British governments are co-guarantors of the Good Friday Agreement, and therefore this must be respected in all its parts. The fact that the parties in the north cannot reach agreement to restore power sharing does not help our situation. This week, the EU Ombudsman called the European Commission to publish a key document spelling out all the areas of North-South cooperation under the Good Friday Agreement that are a risk in Brexit. This document came about following a mapping exercise which was carried out jointly by the UK and EU in 2017 to identify all of the areas which were at risk, and discovered that there were over 150 areas contained in the Good Friday Agreement which were underpinned by EU law. Minister, when will we have sight of this most important document? I believe that it covers a wide range, an array of cross-border topics such as trade, animal health, tourism and environment, cross-border fraud prevention and mutual recognition of professional qualifications, to name but a few. These are some of the areas that I wish to mention today as a resident of North County Louth. The practical changes that a no-Brexit deal would represent or would present are enormous. Many of my neighbours have to travel across the border daily. Some students, some farmers, some transporting produce and other goods, indeed some healthcare workers. I could go on and on. Dominic Raab, after his resignation, admitted he did not realise the full extent or how much UK trade relies on Dover-Calais crossing. I'm quite sure that he has also no idea either of what Brexit means to the border region in Ireland and the Irish-British trade route either. I wish to focus for a few moments on the young people, many who have felt they have not had their voices heard. To quote from just one young person's blog, which was called "Brexit Will Define My Generation," yet young people's voices are still ignored. It pointed out that they are already set to be worse off than their parents, and now they face another assault through Brexit on their futures. I also watched a video, Minister, of young people in Northern Ireland, and contrary to what Deputy O'Sullivan has said on the threat of Brexit, they were called the children of the peace process. They said they had never known a border, never mind a hard border. The sectarian divide, they said, is palpable again in the north because of Brexit. These young people are speaking out against Brexit and in favour of peace. They have never known that hard border, as I said, and they've never witnessed the terrible violence of the past, and they do not wish to return to it. To say that they are being completely ignored, they say that they are being completely ignored and don't have a government in the north to speak up for them, even though the majority of the north voted to remain. In that I want to commend the Irish government in taking young people in to listen to the voices, indeed the other sectoral interests in the north, when they had nobody to listen to speak to. Across the UK, the consumer organisation Which found that among the 18 to 34-year-olds in the UK, 64% say they are concerned about the consequences of any Brexit. The same survey stated that the older generation, the over 65s, are becoming increasingly concerned about Brexit, while the majority of the older generation voted to leave the EU. 61% of them are now just as worried about Brexit as the young voting group. In fact, in the Which magazine, or the Which survey, it found that almost 2 out of 3 people nationwide in the UK now have real serious concerns. This is another reason Theresa May has a job on her hands, not only to convince the Parliament, to convince her people. I firmly believe that despite all of the hard work that has gone in from you, indeed, Minister McEntee, the Taoiseach, Minister Coveney, to where we are today, this agreement may still not have the backing of the British Parliament. In conclusion, whether the deal gets through or not, there is no Brexit outcome that is economically good for Ireland or indeed for the islands. It is a worry that it seems to me that our government here has been operating on the basis of an agreement. There is no serious contingency plan for a no-deal Brexit. I know that the UK government has already published 85 guidance notes on a no-deal Brexit scenario, covering a huge range of possible areas affected, from consumer rights to climate change to medicines, blood and blood products and many more. In conclusion, Minister, I am asking today a very simple question. How prepared are we in Ireland for a no-deal?
Deputy Brendan Smith, you're concluding this section.
Yes, thank you, Cathaoirleach. In welcoming the draft withdrawal agreement and recognising the painstaking work by teams of politicians and officials from the EU and Britain which went into its negotiation, we should all remind ourselves that this withdrawal agreement remains at very best, the second best available option. The best option remains Britain remaining in the European Union by reconsidering the absolute political and economic folly that is Brexit. At this stage, we should not completely discount the possibility that a cross-party political consensus can be built in the House of Commons for a second Brexit referendum, a referendum where the option to remain within the EU is on the ballot paper. While the issue of holding a second referendum is a matter for the Parliament in Westminster alone to decide, we should not deny that we have a vital national interest in that discussion and obviously in its outcome. The former Prime Minister Tony Blair has strongly argued, particularly over the past number of weeks, that in the past week, that the draft withdrawal agreement represents the worst of all worlds for Britain. He called it an attempt to reconcile the irreconcilable as it tries to keep Britain in step with Europe's trade rules, while at the same time reserving the right to depart from them. Mr Blair outlined the myriad complexities still to be confronted in everything from fishing to mobile telephony, and that's apart from the government of the day dealing with its day-to-day challenges. All of these problems are before we get to the issue of the border and the backstop. Tony Blair and John Major, both of whom contributed so much to the peace process on this island, explicitly warned politicians during the referendum campaign that Brexit would have serious and damaging consequences for the Irish border and the preservation of the Good Friday Agreement. And they were both roundly abused for their pains and their opinions. The fact that both these issues are comprehensively addressed in the withdrawal agreement and were not left to the negotiations on future arrangements should remind British decision-makers of their massive importance to both us and to the entire EU 27, and to their continuing centrality to the process. It is a credit to the work of the Government and its skilled and committed set of officials across the European Union, especially in Brussels, in the immediate aftermath of the Brexit vote, that the Irish border and Good Friday Agreement were identified as one of the three key issues to be addressed in the first round of talks between the European Union and Britain. In my own work on the Foreign Affairs Committee and on the Good Friday Committee, along with colleagues from all parties and none, we have engaged actively with parliamentarians from most of the other EU member states, and particularly with colleagues from Britain, on these critical issues, outlining the concerns of the Irish people, north and south. But the fact that so much of the draft withdrawal agreement is devoted to these issues should not cause us to imagine that all is well, that all possible and potential concerns have been addressed finally. There has been much focus among pro-Brexit MPs and the media on a phrase that appears on page 302 of the draft agreement. That paragraph states, recalling the European Union's and the United Kingdom's intention to replace the backstop solution on Northern Ireland by a subsequent agreement that establishes alternative arrangements for ensuring the absence of a hard border on the island of Ireland on a permanent footing." Unquote. There is increasing chatter and commentary in the media that the British government may have some wriggle room around the definition of the phrase alternative arrangements, with some saying that the Brexiteers within the British cabinet see this phrase and the lack of clarity about what it may mean, allowing them to load expectations onto the words alternative arrangements, including a return to the nonsense talk of some months back of technological solutions and infamous maximum facilitation. We need in this House to make it clear that the definition of alternative arrangements is not something for the Brexiteer wing of the Tory party to decide. It is a matter for the EU 27, and that Ireland must be 100% satisfied on any alternative arrangements. And that means no change from the current day-to-day operations of the border, a border I cross many times a week as I go about my normal constituency activity. I support this motion, subject to these concerns, knowing that we on this island need to provide sufficient supports to businesses and small and medium enterprises to help them deal with the impact of Brexit. The reality is that there is no such thing as a good Brexit deal. The ongoing political stability in Britain, including uncertainty on the political viability of this draft agreement, make it absolutely essential that the government steps up its work on having detailed contingency plans in place for all eventualities, and hopefully, Minister, those plans would never need to be operated or called into place. I agree with my colleague Deputy Brannock that it's shameful that there's not a voice representing the people of Northern Ireland. It's absolutely so regrettable that at a time when Northern Ireland needed a clear voice coming from an Assembly and from an executive, from a government, that voice has been absent for most of 2 years now. But I have to say the political system in this House and in this state has worked very, very hard and consistently and constructively in supporting the government in its efforts to ensure that there's a good deal and that we are not impacted adversely by Brexit. Thank you, Cathaoirleach.
Thank you, Deputy Smith. Now moving on to the Rural Independence Group. I believe you're sharing Deputy Matty McGrath, Michael Collins, Michael Harty and Michael Healy-Rae. Thank you.
Indeed. I'm happy to make some brief remarks on this important issue this evening. The publication by the European Commission of the withdrawal agreement was supposed to provide some sort of clarity. We all waited eagerly for it, but I'm worried of what clarity it provided. But I want to Kate Dulci's, but while I'm awake as a goal and Taoiseach, I want to thank the Taoiseach officials because this night late into the night, he gave us a very extensive briefing of the deal that was on the table. Unfortunately, the exact opposite to clarity seems to have occurred. The Commission spoke about how it hoped that the agreement would ensure that the withdrawal would happen in an orderly manner and offer legal certainty regarding when the treaties and EU law will cease to apply to the UK. Again, there has been near a total absence of consensus about how this can happen, despite the publication of the text. A central question is whether the agreement itself is, as one UK MP put it, dead on arrival. Did it ever have any hope of generating broad support? We know Prime Minister May is in serious difficulty, and at the very least, the process is going to result in an even more deeply fractured UK, with all of the consequences that follow from that for this island of ours here. Indeed, the political bullets flying around Westminster are getting perilously close to causing untold damage here in our country. Of course, in terms of the parts of the withdrawal agreement that affect us most, we have to look at the protocol dealing with the North. This element of the deal offers a legally operational backstop to ensure that there will be no hard border between North and South. And listen to Deputy Smith, who lives on the border. I'm very familiar with that area myself, and it would be unthinkable that we go back to a border regime. The protocol also contains UK commitments not to diminish rights set out in the Good Friday Agreement and to protect North-South cooperation. And that's very important. And I was pretty pleased when the Taoiseach outlined the agreement to us, because the Good Friday Agreement has to be sacrosanct. Too much hard work was done in getting that agreement, and indeed I want to salute my former colleague as well, and an advisor at the time in that, Dr. Martin Mansor. It provides for the possibility to continue the common travel area arrangements between Ireland and the UK, and preserves the single electricity market, the SEM, on the island of Ireland, which was going to be protected in any case. Although it's puzzling, as I said, why this SEM was even mentioned, because as the IIAE have pointed out, it is clearly established in national law in both the UK and Ireland, the electricity arrangements. It is not the result of laws transposed directly from an EU-level directive. Thus, the ACM, as a stand-alone project of the UK-Irish bilateral cooperation, would remain unaltered in its legal construction by the UK's departure, as it is primarily the product of concerted cooperation between the energy regulators and government ministers in Dublin and Belfast, dating back as far as the early 2000s. Regardless of all this, is very, very much to be welcomed. The fact remains, however, that the economic impact on almost every other sector is uncertain, hugely uncertain across a wide range of areas. We're still unclear if Mrs May can get this over the line. We're unclear if there's going to be a Tory heave against her, and we are even more unclear about what happens should she fall and someone else replace her who rushes towards a hard Brexit. And a hard Brexit or a crash-out Brexit is totally anathema and should be to any right-thinking person here at this stage in our 26 counties, because we're just not ready for it. We just don't know the implications and the limits of the implications going forward. And when you read the agreement that's thrashed out and hardly negotiated, and you see the annexes, and when you see the amount of lack of agreement, really, that's attached to it, and issues to be dealt with down the road, much further down the road, you really become aware of the complexity of it all. On top of all this, we have the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sánchez, today saying that Spain will reject the Brexit withdrawal deal without a clarification of the text and future talks on the status of Gibraltar. And I welcome the Taoiseach back into the chamber and thank him for being here all even for the debate. I heard no mention of this this night week when we had that late night meeting, Taoiseach. Is this, you might be able to clarify in your reply, is this a new issue? Are other member states of the 27 going to come up with different little issues that they want to sort out as part of this deal? This is to say nothing of the bind that our unionist friends in the DUP have placed on the Prime Minister May. But in reality, how could they be expected to do anything else? We knew that from all the time, and we knew that they had her in a bind, and the support is based on support for the union and support for them in the union. So they are unionists who value the union of the United Kingdom, and they will not be coerced or bullied into abandoning those principles, regardless of the impact. And we should learn that, know that by now, if nothing else. While there is something admirable in that, it is also veering very close to political recklessness. You might say that this is not the end, but it is the beginning of the end. This is where we seem to be. The withdrawal agreement is seen by some as a moderate compromise, with give and take on both sides, and I have to believe that that's what it is. By others, it seems as an act of political betrayal and folly that has not been seen for generations. Abraham Lincoln once said, "I walk slowly, but I don't walk backwards." To be fair to Mrs May, that seems to be her approach too. She's attempting to bring the process over the line without dragging us back to a point where no agreement is possible or even desired, and that would be a disaster for all of us. I would say the same for our own negotiating team, in fairness, Taoiseach and Minister McEntee and the Taoiseach. This is far too serious an issue to be used for cheap political pine scoring. So my own position will be supporting the motion and wishing the motion well. And I do think there's only one talk to hear from Sinn Féin. It's a pity that Sinn Féin aren't taking their seats in Westminster. It's a pity that the Stormont Assembly is not sitting. It is such a very important process at this point in time affecting our nation.
Thank you, Deputy Michael Collins.
Thank you. I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion this evening. My rural independent colleague, Dr Michael Harty, made a very valid point earlier this year when he pointed out that the government are dedicating a lot of time to preventing the impacts of Brexit from causing damage. But Dr Harty is right when he says closing the post offices in rural Ireland is like encouraging an internal Brexit. I couldn't agree more with Dr Harty on this point. I've seen in my own local constituency area in the last 2 years alone the closure of post offices, schools, pubs, shops, butcher shops, cafes, restaurants, hairdressers, petrol stations, an insurance office in Bantry. And now recently, even today, the blood pressure clinic in Bantry. Further to this, we have seen the continued closure of our Garda stations, such as the Garda station in Ballinspittle. These are all vital services for rural communities, and without these services, we are seeing a very serious situation in rural Ireland, where towns and villages are literally dying before our eyes. As Dr Harty says, I would equate this to an internal Brexit. where there is a detrimental effect rurally, similar to the hard Brexit would have nationally. The government needs to put measures in place to protect Ireland from Brexit. But not only this, the government needs to take urgent action to protect and restore rural Ireland to its former glory. I am very concerned about the cross-border directive. If Brexit comes about, this directive is very important to people in Ireland, as it allows people who are waiting on long public waiting lists for procedures to travel to Belfast and have the procedures carried out without having to endure the long waiting times. To date, Danny Healy-Rae and myself have sent 17 buses to Belfast with people who have availed of cataract procedures through the cross-border directive. These people could have been waiting anything up to 5 years if they couldn't have availed of this directive. We need to ensure during the Brexit negotiations that our cross-border directive is protected with Northern Ireland and Britain. And I ask you, Minister, and there's two ministers here, surely be the God in all these negotiations you've been discussing issues like this. And if you have been discussing issues, I think it's time to be clear here at this side to see what is going to happen with the cross-border directive and other issues that are very serious concerns, because a lot of people are severely alarmed that this could end maybe in March, or is it going to end, or is there negotiations to continue this for a cooling-off period? I think it's time to come clear. As I say, negotiations are happening, but we need to be aware of what's going on. Brexit will have many implications for Ireland. Some of the implications we can predict and some we can't. But one thing for sure, there will be a lot of challenges ahead for Ireland, and it is vital during the Brexit negotiations that we steer through these waters with a clear vision of what Brexit will mean to Ireland. We need to pay particular attention to the agricultural sector. In June, the Taoiseach announcement that the government's proposal to hire 1,000 new customs and veterinary inspectors as part of Ireland's Brexit preparations. The concern is that this could have a negative effect on the availability of farmed animal veterinary services, as it would be drawing vets away from state work. The Chief Executive of Veterinary Ireland suggested that some of this work could be opened up to private veterinary practitioners in a similar way to how work is carried out in meat factories, where part-time temporary veterinary inspectors successfully assist official veterinarians. The government needs to look at these suggestions. They cannot afford to put their heads in the sand on this matter. The Common Agricultural Policy cap needs to be protected post-Brexit. We need to be looking at this now and putting provisions in place. Ireland is hugely dependent on its agriculture export sector. The food industry is the most exposed sector of our economy to Brexit, particularly subsectors such as processed foods, beef and dairy. Ireland exports almost 70% of its agricultural produce to Britain. Copenhagen Economics report for the government estimates that the UK's departure from the European Union will cause the value of output from these key parts of the agri-food sector to fall between 10 and 20% by 2030. The sector currently employs 175,000 people, and this could mean 17,000 fewer jobs, or more than 30,000 fewer jobs where there is a hard Brexit. It is vital during the Brexit negotiations that our agricultural produce being exported to Britain will be protected. Further to agriculture export sector, we need to protect all our export markets. We need to maintain strong and competitive transport links with the rest of the EU in order to secure Ireland's economic future. 2/3 of Irish exporters use the UK land bridge to access Europe. Brexit is going to have a huge effect on Ireland's ability to use this route for exports. We need to look now at negotiating transport routes. Coming from West Cork myself, I know only too well how much our fishermen have suffered during very difficult times. In recent years, Irish fishermen hoped for a brighter future after battling through the recession, but Brexit puts them in uncharted waters. On average, it is estimated that about 36% of Irish landings are taken from UK waters. Irish fishermen face losing access to lucrative UK fishing grounds currently in EU waters and may have problems transporting their catch. Speaking to local fishermen, they feel the industry has had a raw deal and doesn't trust the government to deliver. It is vital that we protect our fishermen's livelihoods, as there is also a serious danger of increased numbers of European boats fishing in Irish waters post-Brexit. We need to protect our waters and our fishermen. So, Minister, please give us a clear answer as to what is going to happen if European trawlers are dismissed out of UK waters. Have the Irish government looked at this, or are we going to play second fiddle yet again in relation to our fishing industry? Only yesterday I see Spain getting the all-clear from Europe for 5,559 tonnes of bluefin tuna quota, and Ireland has none. No matter how good Patrick Murphy, the CEO of the Irish Southwest Fishermen Producers, are fighting for the fishermen. If the government at the top have their eye off the ball, fishermen's futures after Brexit looks very bleak. And talk to an inshore fisherman, which I did in Scull this evening, and the difficulties that they are facing, even prior to Brexit, never mind what could happen after Brexit, is quite scary. Further to this, we can't forget about our ports and the effect Brexit will have on these ports and the export market. In my own constituency area, we have ports such as Bantry Bay, Castletown, Bearhaven and Kinsale. Their futures need to be secured. I plead with this government to support these ports through the uncertain times that lie ahead and Brexit in the horizon. We need to ensure the future of Irish citizens living in the UK. This needs to be addressed urgently. No Irish citizen living in the UK should have to be living there with fear. We also need to ensure during Brexit negotiations that there will be freedom of movement between us and our neighbours. We need to look also during the Brexit negotiations what will happen to Irish students studying in the UK. This is a huge worry for many of them. Overall, it is clear to see Brexit will have a huge effect on Ireland, and we need to step up to the challenges now that lie ahead for our country and put the provisions in place to deal with these challenges.
Ireland's Deputy Michael Harty.
Thank you very much, Cathaoirleach. Minister, thank you very much, both ministers, for being here this evening. Brexit is bad for everybody, no matter what format it takes. The UK has sought Brexit, but the consequent adjustments that all will have to make to accommodate Brexit are mostly negative. Brexit will have profound negative economic implications for Ireland, regardless of it being a hard or a soft option. In the case of a hard Brexit, it may be catastrophic by adding a measure of political uncertainty to the hard-won Northern Ireland peace process. In the case of a soft Brexit, Ireland will be losing a massive market for goods, most especially agricultural goods. In County Clare, we are very worried, a county substantially dependent on agriculture and tourism. Farmers are concerned that access to the UK markets will be damaged. Farming is the backbone of rural Ireland, and any form of Brexit will be bad, but a hard Brexit will be devastating for the farming community, where 40% of agricultural exports go to the United Kingdom. The tourist industry is also concerned, as business and industry hate uncertainty. As the UK exits the European Union, Shannon Airport will be without connectivity into a European hub following Brexit. Currently, the airport is not linked to a hub on mainland Europe. At the moment, European connectivity is serviced through London Heathrow. The airport, as well as foreign direct investment and tourism in the west of Ireland, will be challenged to overcome the problems faced by an organised Brexit. A hard Brexit will be unthinkable. Right now, the Shannon Group is calling on the government for support in protecting EU connectivity. The company is asking for a connectivity funding programme to secure strategic routes. Shannon needs access to an EU hub. The UK has sought their freedom, for want of a better term, from Europe by removing themselves from the largest free trade zone in the world. This is quite unbelievable. Brexit was voted on without informed consent, and thus its validity must be questioned, as misinformation was used to influence the vote, not apparently from outside the UK, but from within. Hard Brexiteers have put narrow national self-interest above a wider world view, put stability and cooperation above chaos and dissension, have put a fragile peace ahead of old sectarian rhetoric and old-fashioned, century-old politics. Brexit is the triumph of misguided ideology over pragmatism. Economic models tell us that countries trade with their neighbours, yet the UK is rejecting its neighbours for people tens of thousands of miles across the globe, preferring the World Trade Organization to the EU, preferring fictional trade deals to real trade deals. Brexit was fermented in a vat of disinformation and opportunism and rendered by a Tory government that put party before country. In Northern Ireland, the DUP has rejected what is possibly the best deal available. They claim to be the true upholders of the Union with the United Kingdom, while supporting Brexiteers who will undermine the UK no matter what the cost politically or economically. The DUP prefers a no deal to a good deal, defying the wishes of the majority of the people in Northern Ireland, including businesses and the farming community, and ignores the fact that Northern Ireland has always been different from the UK. If the DUP are prisoners of history and outdated ideology, so too is Sinn Féin. The focus on the DUP in this debate is understandable, but there seems to be some reluctance, to date anyway, to take a hard look at what Sinn Féin is doing. The lack of an assembly in Northern Ireland denies Sinn Féin a voice which could articulate views other than those of the DUP. This has allowed Strand 2 and 3 of the Good Friday Agreement to wither. It is clear that the health of the North-South institutions is in decline. The maintenance of human rights in the North was to be ensured by the European Union and the Charter of Fundamental Rights, as well as the European Convention on Human Rights. Brexit will sever these guarantees. The DUP has 10 seats at Westminster. Sinn Féin has 7. In the past, there have been many Irish nationalist voices at Westminster. John Hume, Seamus Mallon and Mark Durkan were among the most distinguished. Now there is no voice of nationalism from Northern Ireland to be heard in the House of Commons because Sinn Féin will not take their seats and vote. I understand the historic reasons for abstentionism, which date from a time when Ireland was clamouring for its independence and the right to take its place among the nations of the world. What was apparent and appropriate and pragmatic 100 years ago may not be the answer to the needs of today. We all must change and evolve. I urge Sinn Féin to take their seats and defend the Good Friday Agreement in this perilous hour. The European Commission and the other 27 capitals of the European Union have supported the necessity for defending the Good Friday Agreement by preventing a hard border. Mrs May is trying to deliver a Brexit deal that will achieve this aim, and I believe Sinn Féin should support this aim. I think that the status of Northern Ireland within the withdrawal agreement, similar to Schrodinger's cat, simultaneously being both inside and outside the European Union, occupying the best of both worlds. This is the most apt analogy because it confers on Northern Ireland a special status with special benefits. Yet the DUP interpret the draft withdrawal agreement as diminishing the status of Northern Ireland, not enhancing its status. The complexities of the border between north and south of this island did not feature in the run-up to the Brexit referendum at all. Yet the protocol on Ireland and Northern Ireland has been the most contentious and most difficult issue to resolve. One must remember the backstop will only be triggered should a final overall agreement not be finalised by the end of the transition period in July 2020. Within the withdrawal agreement, the Northern Ireland backstop has become a UK-wide backstop. Thus, there will be no barriers to trade either north-south across the border or east-west across the Irish Sea. It is not time-limited, it is legally binding and requires mutual agreement to end it. The backstop, if triggered, would make Northern Ireland a special case. Part of the single UK-EU customs territory, allow a level playing field between the EU and the UK, benefit from EU customs code, allowing Northern Ireland businesses to place products on the EU single market and the UK market. Northern Ireland would remain aligned to a limited set of rules relating to the single market to avoid a hard border on the island of Ireland. This gives Northern Ireland the best of both worlds economically. This has been recognised by the farming and business communities in Northern Ireland and is certainly better than no deal. However, reality does not influence the hard Brexiteers. A no-deal hard Brexit and the consequent hard border will damage both countries. At the end of the day, we must prepare for the fact that while Mrs May cannot be underestimated, the mathematics of the House of Commons is against the draft withdrawal agreement. I support this motion and commend the Irish Government for reaching the best possible Brexit. Thank you.
The RT Deputy Michael Healy to conclude.
Look, Ministers, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak this evening on this very important motion. I suppose out of all the debates that are held in this House, being present for this evening and everybody being involved and everybody having their say in all the different groups is terribly important, because in the future this evening the result of any vote that we have here in the agreement that we have and what I would believe all of us putting our shoulders to the wheel at this critical time is terribly important. The Joint Committee on European Union Affairs, of which I am the chairman, has been closely monitoring the progress of the Brexit negotiations since the referendum vote in 2016. We have been following the entire process. We have considered the various statements and conclusions of the Council of the EU and the European Council over the last 2.5 years, which have paved the way for this draft withdrawal agreement. While details emerged rarely in public, apart from at the staging posts, it is clear, looking at the draft agreement, that Michel Barnier's task force has been hard at work throughout all of this time. Throughout the Brexit process, I have spoken in this chamber and in the meetings of the Joint Committee about the need for decisive progress on Brexit, that the clock was ticking, that the time was running out, and here it is. After long negotiations, we now have a draft of the withdrawal agreement. I think it is great that we have finally seen all of the technical detail of the withdrawal, and that the negotiating teams are suggesting we consider, even if it is a bit close to the wire. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the Taoiseach, the Taoiseach, our ministers and all the officials who have been working hard to ensure that Ireland's interests are heard in Europe. You have succeeded in making your case in Europe and making sure that Ireland has been kept at the top of the Brexit agenda, and that is terribly important. In parallel, many members of this House have been conscientious in doing their part by engaging with parliamentary delegations from EU member states and explaining the unique Irish situation. Because of all of that work, there is a strong understanding of the challenges posed by the border between Ireland and Northern Ireland. Only this week, at the meeting of the EU Affairs Committee of the National Parliaments, COSAC, the delegations from the French and German parliaments tabled a proposal for an amendment stressing that the Good Friday Agreement must be protected unconditionally for a sustainable solution for all Irish, and emphasising the need for solidarity towards Ireland. This amendment was accepted. This is just a small example of the important solidarity we have been given by our European partners, and I think that it is important to recognise that inside in this chamber tonight. As I have said in this chamber before, there is no such thing as a good Brexit for Ireland, the UK or the EU. However, I respect the result of the referendum vote. We all need to move forward, and this draft agreement allows us to do that. It is not perfect by any manner or means, but it does provide a workable solution to the biggest public policy challenge we have faced as a nation in decades. So, given the circumstances, I think that we should welcome and support the draft withdrawal agreement. It was important that there would be a strong backstop in place. We need that guarantee, and the draft agreement has that. It was important that the backstop would be kept in place for as long as it is needed and would only be replaced when we have found something better, and that the draft agreement has that. It was also very important that there would be a sufficient transition period. People in the UK, Ireland and the EU need time to prepare for the effects of Brexit on their businesses and their communities, and the draft agreement has that. It was important that Irish citizens living in the UK would continue with their lives, and the draft agreement has that. It was important that the common travel area would continue, and the draft agreement has that. It was important that all parts of the Good Friday Agreement were protected, and that the protocol on Ireland, Northern Ireland, to the draft agreements commits not to diminish the rights set out in the Good Friday Agreement and protects North-South cooperation. It was important that the unique single electricity market on the island of Ireland was protected, so that there was no disruption in our homes, and the draft agreement has that. So we have a draft withdrawal agreement, and it seems to mitigate most of the worst effects, but not all. There are many hurdles still to be overcome. Firstly, getting it agreed by all sides. The draft withdrawal agreement has been cleared by Theresa May's cabinet, but that, as we all know, was far from straightforward. Getting the withdrawal treaty through the Houses of Commons will be an enormous challenge. We do not know how that will go. The full text of the draft withdrawal agreement also needs to be agreed by the European Council and the European Parliament. All important steps, all hurdles that need to be cleared. Now it is just 4 months until Brexit Day. There is a lot of work to be done between now and then, and a lot of work to be done afterwards as the EU and the UK start to negotiate the second phase, the details of their future relationship. We have to remember that all of this is just the first stage, but it does look like it is the beginning of the end of the first stage. Realistically, it will be a very long time until the Brexit process is finished. There could be many years of talks and negotiations ahead of us before the terms of the UK's relationship with the EU are finally agreed and implemented. I still hope that we manage to get to the end of it with a strong and good relationship. It is vitally important that many of the issues that have been spoken about here already tonight, whether it's our farmers, whether it's our business and tourism people, whether it's our fishermen, these are people who didn't dream up Brexit themselves. They are the bystanders who are going to be affected possibly detrimentally in their lives, their incomes, because of Brexit. That is why the work of politicians, be it our government, be it the officials, be it everyone inside in this House who in their own way, every one of us playing a little role, but that joint effort being a good defence of the Irish people, of the people that we are elected to represent, and the people that we are duty-bound to stand by Cathaoirleach, and that we are to be there to support them and watch out for their interests. Because, like I say, they are not the people who voted for Brexit. They are not the people, the politicians who dreamt it up. It was others who did that, and well, they can be judged, and history will judge them and is already judging them on their actions. But I would say that I believe so far that the Irish government, the negotiators and everyone inside here has not left them down. I believe that everyone has worked diligently. I believe that you all will continue, and we all will continue to work diligently and do the right thing by the Irish people at all times. So I welcome the draft withdrawal agreement, and I believe this House should support it, and that we all, like I said, in our own little way, put our shoulders to the wheel and do the right thing by Ireland and by all of us. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Healy-Rae. Moving into our next grouping, Deputy Roisin Shortall and Seamus Healy, you're both sharing.
Thanks, Cathaoirleach. Cathaoirleach, in previous Brexit debates in this chamber, many of us have repeatedly urged that in the context of the negotiations, that the British government spell out exactly what their plans to avoid a hard border in Ireland would actually look like. And we still, unfortunately, haven't seen those plans. It seems, however, that in actually doing this, Prime Minister May has managed to shock many in her cabinet into resigning. The political infighting in the Conservative Party has been allowed to hamper and delay these negotiations to such an extent that the deal agreed last week seems already to be in grave danger. While the contents of the agreement are broadly to be welcomed, and I want to pay tribute to the hard work of ministers, civil servants and others involved in the negotiations, there was, I have to say, a sense of unreality from government last week that I don't think was helpful. In the context of the very tricky political arithmetic that Prime Minister May faces in the House of Commons, the hubris that the government and others chose to engage in regarding the deal was, in my view, damaging. And in that regard, I welcome the fact that tonight we have a calm motion before us. There was danger that that motion might be a different kind of motion, but it is a calm motion, it's short, it's to the point, and I think that's the right way to go in this debate. And it's right that as an Irish Parliament that we endorse that motion, and Social Democrats are very happy to do that. And I would also say, in relation to the two amendments that have been tabled, that I don't believe they're particularly helpful. Many of us could look for changes to the motion, add on various things, very important things, various aspects of this whole issue that we believe are important. But I think it is, at the end of the day, important that we're very straightforward in relation to the decision that that is taken here, and that that's a unanimous decision by Irish parliamentarians. Last week, certainly, the Government, in welcoming the content of the draft withdrawal agreement so enthusiastically, I believe that wasn't helpful in terms of quelling the fears of even moderate Brexiteers, and that was anything other than that this deal was anything other than a capitulation to the demands of the EU 27. And that's the difficult balance that has to be struck, obviously, all of the time, because what's very good for Ireland is seen as being very bad for the UK. And for that reason, obviously, it is extremely sensitive and people have to tread a very careful line. Similarly, I would say the DUP, whose crucial votes in the House of Commons seem to be slipping through the Prime Minister's fingers, will undoubtedly have been put in a position where they could not be seen to be supporting anything that Dublin was welcoming so heartily. This view is shared by many hardline Brexiteers in both the Conservative and Labour parties. Kate Hoey, for example, described elements of the backstop arrangement yesterday in the Belfast Telegraph as looking like they were written by the Irish government. I attended the briefing late last Wednesday night, by the Taoiseach and his staff, and I and others were very appreciative of that. I think it was worthwhile. But I must say I think it would have been helpful for other parties and party representatives to have had a greater insight into the actual politics of the issue, because I think it has to be said that we had confidence that the government had negotiated on our behalf a good deal. But ultimately, it is the politics of the situation in the UK and the relationship between the UK, Ireland and the EU which will decide where the Brexit issue goes. And I think that would have been helpful if we had more discussion in that regard. I think there were times last Wednesday, and it was a short-lived thing, but there were times when both government and other party representatives, in their reaction to the deal, I think there was a display of a lack of appreciation about how the mechanics and operation of this draft agreement are so intimately bound to the political reality in Westminster. While many may lambaste those in the Conservative Party and the DUP who seem to be intent on making their constituents poorer in order to further their particular political agenda, we must similarly accept that the composition of the House of Commons will remain as it is until such time as there is a general election. And while many are predicting that that will happen soon, that may not necessarily be the case. That is why the reality that the government is dealing with must be recognised, and everybody should be mindful of that fact, of the very, very difficult situation that Prime Minister May finds herself in. I do note with interest, however, the comments by Amber Rudd this morning, where she effectively contradicted the Prime Minister by saying that the British Cabinet would act to prevent a no-deal situation in the event that the draft agreement fails to make its way through the House, and that was a welcome comment. With these mixed signals in mind, I would ask the Minister, as I've previously in this chamber, what will the practical response of the Irish Government be if the unthinkable happens and the United Kingdom leaves the European Union without a deal in place next March? Is there a clear contingency plan in place to ensure that the land border between the Republic and Northern Ireland will remain open? Given the very volatile and unpredictable situation in Westminster, it is imperative that we are all well prepared for this eventuality. It has been said by others, but we continue to be in a situation where we hope for the best, but we have to prepare properly for the worst. While the focus of our attention is on the UK, it should not be forgotten that other EU states will be directly impacted by Brexit. Cyprus, as thousands of Cypriots are employed to work in 2 British Army bases in the south of the island, which are considered sovereign British territory, and also Spain. I note that reports emerged yesterday that the Spanish government are unhappy with certain elements of the withdrawal agreement as they relate to the relationship between Gibraltar and the EU. I would urge the Minister to engage carefully with his counterparts to ensure that the hard work on the deal is not scuppered by last-minute local political concerns in the EU 27, if it does manage to pass through the House of Commons. And of course, I think this is the concern, that the longer this issue is drawn out, and indeed if there is an extension, we simply don't know in a year or 2 years' time what other issues might come into play in terms of the attitude of the EU, and whether or not it would be possible to hold the EU together in that regard, which is why it's so important that at an early stage we try to get to a point where there is an understanding and an agreement in respect of the final deal, because things won't always remain the way they are within the other member states. And that is, I think, a genuine fear that a lot of people have, that the political situation in other countries could change. Attitudes to the EU could change over the next couple of years, which would make reaching a final agreement all the more difficult. While there is an acceptance that this deal, if endorsed by the UK and the EU, is the best that can be negotiated, it bears repeating that there is no such thing as a good Brexit for Ireland. Regardless of how the UK exists in the European Union, it is inevitable that the relationship between our 2 states will be diminished. It is a great shame for Ireland that a state with which we shared a common position on so many aspects of the European project is now looking like it will be leaving the bloc, particularly a state with as much clout as the UK enjoyed in shaping the EU that we see today. I acknowledge very much the efforts of the government in building new alliances with small EU states similar to our own. These relationships will undoubtedly prove crucial in the future when the dust of Brexit settles and the day-to-day functioning of the EU readjusts to the reality of the UK being absent. I would like to draw attention to one particular area of the draft withdrawal agreement that I believe warrants further scrutiny and will need clarification. I would particularly like to draw attention to Article 5 of the Common Travel Area. This is a point which I have raised previously in the Chamber regarding the seemingly impossible situation whereby other citizens of the European Union will continue to enjoy the right to free movement in and out of the Republic of Ireland, while the Common Travel Area is retained as is. As we know, the Common Travel Area allows for citizens of Ireland and the United Kingdom to travel and work freely in each jurisdiction. It isn't difficult to understand the issue with this proposal. In effect, the border between the UK and Ireland will be an open land frontier into the United Kingdom for EU citizens. I do not see how this circle can be squared, given how vociferous Prime Minister May has been regarding the fact that this deal will end free movement for non-Irish EU nationals into the UK. If the DUP will not accept travel restrictions between Northern Ireland and mainland Great Britain, then this presents a major stumbling block for the deal. I would very much welcome clarity from the Taoiseach on this issue, as the border could, in effect, become a magnet for those wishing to enter the UK illegally. I note that reports emerged earlier in the week that Ireland could refuse entry for EU persona non grata who are not allowed to enter the United Kingdom. This does not, however, address the issue of regular EU nationals intent on entering the UK via Northern Ireland. Taoiseach, while I commend the work of the Department of Foreign Affairs, and you in particular, and all of the others who have been who have ensured that this deal is the best that can be brokered from an Irish perspective. I still harbour some grave fears about how this scenario will play out. Undoubtedly you do too. We can only hope that the summit this weekend will be enough to ensure that the issues with the deal can be addressed without having to make major alterations, and that the Prime Minister will be able to command enough support to guide it through Westminster. The challenge for the Government is to strike a balance in respect of holding the line on no hard border, while also acknowledging the reality of the political arithmetic for the British Prime Minister. The fact that the promise of holding a Brexit referendum by Mrs May's predecessor was an enormous mistake does not make that task any easier. Thank you, Cathaoirleach.
Deputy Seamus Healy.
Cathaoirleach, the current Brexit proposes a draft document of over 500 pages. If it is approved at a meeting of EU leaders in Brussels on Sunday next, it will be put before the British Parliament for ratification. That is after the meeting, but not in advance of the meeting, obviously. The opposite to what we are doing here. And in my view, the Dáil should not approve any measure until the final text emerges from Brussels, as its provisions will deeply affect Irish citizens north and south. And this is all the more urgent because the request of the EU Ombudsman, Ms Emily O'Reilly, for the publication by the EU and the United Kingdom of a key document on North-South relations has not yet been met. Ms O'Reilly called on the European Commission to publish a key document spelling out all the areas of North-South cooperation under the Good Friday Agreement that are at risk because of Brexit. She went on to say that the mapping table we inspected shows in comprehensive form the very many elements of cross-border cooperation underpinned by EU law, which are factual in nature. She went on further to say that while the Commission, as requested by the United Kingdom, declined to release the table in order not to disturb the negotiations, there is now no obvious reason for the table not to be published. And she went on further, and this is very important, I think. And she said, indeed, as major decisions in relation to the future of the United Kingdom and its relationship with the EU are now about to be made, there is a strong public interest case for its release. When British and Irish and EU officials, Cathaoirleach, explored all the avenues of North-South cooperation, they discovered there were around 120 areas underpinned by EU law, and these are all set out in this secret document. That secret document deals with the so-called mapping exercise, which became a key plank in the Irish Government's strategy to highlight the risks to the Good Friday Agreement. And the mapping exercise highlights the extent to which North-South cooperation relies upon or is enhanced by mutual EU membership by both Ireland and the United Kingdom. Cathaoirleach, in view of the fact that the United Kingdom and the EU have not yet released this document, it is, in my view, an abdication of responsibility by the Irish Government to ask this Dáil to approve or to disapprove of any proposed Brexit agreement. It is also entirely unclear how the various issues raised by the 1,000 Northern nationalists raised when they wrote to Taoiseach Varadkar recently. Also, what is very clear and is concerning, not just of itself, but of how various other issues might be dealt with and in this agreement. And that issue is the deletion of a paragraph of the 2017 document regarding the rights of citizens in the North, which has been replaced by a non-binding rights clause, and that is very significant. I would call on the Taoiseach to release the document referred to by Ms O'Reilly today, and in any event, before any vote of any kind on the proposed deal takes place in this Dáil. And I think it's worth repeating again what Ms O'Reilly said, and I quote, "Indeed, as major decisions in relation to the future of the United Kingdom and its relationship with the European Union are now about to be made, there is a strong public interest case for its release." And of course, it's very clear that the public interest case for its release is much stronger in Ireland than in any other European country. I believe, Ceann Comhairle, that the consideration of the government proposal tonight must be postponed until after that secret document referred to by Ms O'Reilly has been published. Many of the matters dealt with in the draft deal can only be fully understood in the context of the unpublished document. Of course, there is no need for a vote here prior to Sunday's meeting. The British Prime Minister is not having a vote at Westminster. She does not need one. The Taoiseach does not need a vote here either. And he has told us that, of course, it has no legal effect anyway. But I would ask this question: will the final document be brought back to this Dáil for debate and decision? And I believe it must, because it affects that agreement affects this country, north and south, and its citizens very, very seriously indeed. It is my view, Ceann Comhairle, that this motion is a political manoeuvre to rush this draft deal with unknown consequences through the Dáil. Regarding the various amendments that have been tabled, Ceann Comhairle, I believe it would be wrong of me to give any section of the Irish people, north or south, to understand that these amendments would in any way protect them, because they are mere declarations. I want to propose, Ceann Comhairle, that this debate be adjourned until the O'Reilly document, as I called it, is published, to give us an opportunity to assess to what extent this 500-page draft document protects human rights and labour rights of the Irish people, north and south. If that proposal to adjourn the debate is not accepted, then I believe the only responsible thing I can do as an individual deputy is to abstain on the proposal and the amendments until I have sight of and an opportunity to study the secret document referred to by Ombudsman O'Reilly.
Now, Deputy Michael Fitzmaurice, please.
Ceann Comhairle, and I welcome the opportunity in speaking on the statements. First of all, Minister, there is no quick fix solution to this, as we have seen even over the last week what has happened. Let me first say, and to be easier to criticise you, I've seen you over the last few months, and especially with some journalists in England who would sort of put you to the pin of your collar in getting vexed. And I must say, you handled it very well. I want to say that. I would also urge our Taoiseach to refrain in saying too much at the moment, for the simple reason a lot of this ball is out of our hands at the moment. It is in the hands of the British Parliament, and we have watched Mrs May, and there is different views, and we have to understand that no more than every parliament right across the world, and you have to respect that. But I think that it is a time for people not to overstate things and not to basically do over-commentary on things, because space, I think, needs to be given. I don't think it was over-helpful that some people in the UK decided to say they wouldn't vote for it, even though they never saw it, say the day before. It is the one question I want to ask you, Minister, and you might address it. We don't know, is this going to be the last text, or there is word coming out? And look, we're like hurlers on the ditch. I think we need to be honest. What we read or what we see is coming from, be it media or we get certain updates, but we don't know what's happening at the engine room, to put it simple. And we need to know, is there going to be another bit of tweaking that Mrs May and Michelle Barnier will be at, or is the document that we're voting on this evening, is that going to be the final document? One thing, Minister, I'd also like you to maybe address as well, can we help Mrs May in the line of getting some sort of a deal for her, in a trade deal that may help some of the people that are worried about the situation going forward? Or can that be done, or can there be a bit of wriggle room found in the meantime? The bottom line on it is, and I hear commentary every day that, yeah, there may be some parts of Brexit that would be good for some cities where they'd get maybe extra financial business into it and extra employment. But for rural Ireland, and especially the agricultural sector, that 40% of our exports is going there at a time that we know the Turkish market is in trouble, and that agriculture is reliant on it, even though that you'd wonder at the moment an animal killed in Ireland and an animal the same weight in England is €200, and the difference that the British farmer is better off. But in the whole scale of things, the importance of that, I think, can never be forgotten, because it would be detrimental to not alone border counties, but the rural parts of rural Ireland, north, south, east and west, where you are reliant on especially agriculture and exporting of goods to England. And there is a lot of trepidation out there, even in the markets at the moment, in marts and all that. There is sort of a vacuum that people don't know whether they're coming or they're going. And I think some people may not understand it, that it's not just the 11th hour and the 59th minute that everything will stop. I think we need to get a message out there to try and put a bit of confidence and give people, and I know you did do certain, you went to different places trying to explain it, and that's fair enough, but I think we need to get a message out there to people, because there is a lot of misunderstandings of dates and when this will happen and when that will happen, and sort of a lead-in period and all that. I think that that's very important to get out. Also, I think for 1940s or something, we have an agreement in the common travel area, and I think that should stand no matter what. People don't want to go back to the days, you know, I remember the troubles in the north, and it is great to see that you can go up and down across the border and without being held up for a half an hour and you're being asked everything. And I think that what has happened in the north has been very good over the last number of years, and the amount of work that is being put in by all sides, because this isn't about anyone blowing their trumpet, by everyone, both the Catholic community and the Protestant community, and I think that they have to be recognised for the effort that has been made. But I think that we need to make sure that that is kept in place. Another question, Minister: are we in danger, just, you know, if it ended up a hard Brexit, are we in danger of a lot of EU nationals using this country to try and gain access to England down the road? Like, will we basically nearly get smothered because we are sort of the nearest access point? And is there a danger in that? I think that, in fairness to Mrs May, even though I wouldn't be a big admirer of English politics or anything, I think she deserves credit for what she has done. She's nearly like a cat with 9 lives. She has come through every type of a grenade that was thrown at her, and came through it. And she may, you know, people probably need to step back and see sense as well over there. But in fairness to her, she has moved on, and has basically stood out in fairness over the last number of weeks. We don't know what's going to happen, and that's entirely up to the politicians in England, in the UK Parliament. It looks as if she won't get her deal through. Maybe we are wrong. It's a week ago they were saying that she wouldn't, that this 48 magic number would be hit, but it doesn't seem to be hit. Maybe common sense might prevail over there, but in the eventuality that there could be an election, she may not be leader, what's our plan B to make sure that the exports from the farming community, especially in the and indeed from manufactured and right around rural parts of Ireland, will be safeguarded, that there isn't a big bang. And other than that, Minister, in the rest of the negotiations or whatever over the next week, I wish you the best of luck. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Deputy Fitzmaurice. Of course, to me, you might offer yourself as an advisor, as a pragmatic Irishman to the British Prime Minister. But that said, Minister McEntee, you respond to the debate now, please.
Thank you, Ken Corley. The path to this important juncture in the negotiation process has not been an easy one, and as the Taoiseach and the Taoiseach and indeed many people in this House this evening have said, there is still much work ahead. The solidarity and the support for EU partners has been a hallmark of this process. It's been unwavering and consistent throughout all of the twists and the turns that we've seen so far. I myself have seen first-hand the attention and the consideration that colleagues across Europe has given to the unique issues facing this island, and this government is profoundly grateful for the unity that our European friends and colleagues have demonstrated. There is, of course, solidarity and support here at home as well, and this has been amply demonstrated, I think, in this House in this debate tonight. Brexit has presented us with unique challenges of an unprecedented nature. And again, as the Taoiseach has stressed, Brexit is not a policy that we sought. It's something that we regret is happening, but we also have to accept the decision of the British people, and we are committed to working towards an outcome that protects all of our interests. In responding to Brexit, this government has faced the task with welcome support from this House for the priority issues that we have placed at the centre of our negotiation strategy. Though we may differ from time to time in matters of approach or indeed emphasis, the core objectives that we have pursued have been supported across this House, and again this is welcome. The informed and the thoughtful debate that has taken place this evening is consistent with this approach, and I think it has greatly assisted us in demonstrating unity throughout the negotiating process, a unity, again, that has in no small part helped us to get where we are today. For our part, we have sought to inform the House on a regular basis about the various different developments in the negotiations and the related events. We have been conscious at all times that there is a huge interest and also a huge concern about the issues on the part of the people that we represent here in the Dáil in our respective constituencies. In setting and developing our priorities, I believe that the concerns of citizens, businesses and indeed every aspect of Irish society has been at the forefront of all of our minds. This has included, of course, protecting the hard-won peace on this island, explaining to our EU partners how people in Northern Ireland, North and South, have felt the benefits of this peace, in particular in a very tangible way across the open and the invisible border that currently exists between Ireland and Northern Ireland. I've personally accompanied European ministers and many others to the border region and have witnessed the impact on our EU partners of the stories of ordinary people who just want to get on with their lives and who want us to find practical solutions to the many challenges of Brexit. I will continue to raise these concerns and questions in this House in my ongoing contacts with my European partners, and Ireland's commitment to our EU membership is stronger than ever, and there are challenges beyond Brexit that require our attention in the months and years ahead, and we will continue to engage on those issues. Can Corley, the negotiations on the draft withdrawal agreement have been tough and they have been difficult on all involved. However, the draft agreement which we are discussing here this evening represents the best way ahead for all of us. As has been said by many tonight, it's by no means perfect. It represents, I think, important compromises on both sides. However, it ensures that key interests of the UK and all of the EU are addressed. It was never the case that Brexit would be straightforward or easy. This has become increasingly clear as the negotiations have gone on. And so it's important for us all, citizens, enterprises and even our international partners, that the UK's withdrawal happens in an orderly manner. The withdrawal agreement provides the best way, the only way indeed, to achieve this. Nobody benefits from a hard Brexit and the serious consequences that would bring for the UK, for the EU and indeed certainly for us here in Ireland. It provides for the orderly winding down of the current arrangements across what is a broad spectrum of EU cooperation, as well as the governance structures for the implementation of the agreement. This, of course, includes the protection of UK and EU citizens, as well as protecting the current EU budget, which is really important for us, in particular in areas such as CAP, which many have mentioned this evening. With the withdrawal agreement, we can rely on a transition period, providing certainty for citizens and businesses as we prepare for a new relationship with the UK outside of the EU. Transition also provides us with the time that we need to negotiate what we want is a deep and meaningful comprehensive arrangement on our future relationship. The draft withdrawal agreement plays an essential role, of course, and many have mentioned here tonight, in protecting the Good Friday Agreement and the peace process in Northern Ireland. The importance of this has been recognised and supported by all of our EU partners, and it's also been recognised in the repeated political commitments made by Prime Minister May in December and in March, and this document very much upholds those commitments. The backstop provisions provide an important insurance policy that we will not see a return to a hard border on this island in any circumstance. This translates the UK's political commitments to avoid the hard border on the island of Ireland and translates it into a legal guarantee, something that we have sought to do for the past year. Of course, we hope that the backstop will never be used. We're committed to working closely with the UK and with our EU partners to agree, as I've said, a deep and comprehensive future relationship, one that will mean that the backstop provision will never be needed. Rights, safeguards and equality of opportunity as set out in the Good Friday Agreement, as well as EU citizenship rights for people in Northern Ireland, are also protected under the agreement. And to reiterate again what the Taoiseach and Taoiseach mentioned earlier, in that nothing in the agreement will prejudice the constitutional status of Northern Ireland and the principle of consent as set out in the Good Friday Agreement. As we look to the future, the agreement also acknowledges the common travel area, whereby Irish and British people can live, can work, can study, can access healthcare, social security and public services in each other's jurisdiction. While the UK's decision to leave has left the EU has left serious implications for Ireland, we will maintain a strong and constructive bilateral relationship with the UK. We are absolutely and fully committed to developing and enhancing this relationship over the coming years. This will include, of course, making full use of the channels that already exist for ongoing dialogue and cooperation between the Irish and British governments, including those provided for in the Good Friday Agreement, with important institutional cooperation taking place on an east-west basis through the British-Irish Intergovernmental Conference, but also the British-Irish Council. In addition, the British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly brings together elected representatives, as we know, from the Oireachtas from Westminster, from Northern Ireland and from the Scottish and Welsh devolved assemblies. These structures have shown their value and will continue to evolve in response to the changing circumstances. In addition, we will also explore other avenues which many have raised this evening to maintain the habit of cooperation that currently exists through the regular meetings of the Irish and the UK Government ministers in Brussels and indeed elsewhere in Europe on a range of EU matters that are significant to both of us. This evening's debate has focused on the draft withdrawal agreement, which, for all of the reasons that we have discussed and I have mentioned here, is likely to continue to be the focus of much attention for coming weeks. There are, of course, two documents that are being discussed at the moment, this draft withdrawal agreement, but also the future political declaration, which sets out and outlines the direction that we want the future relationship to go, and that's something that we will hope to have a final agreement on before the EU Council meeting meets on Sunday this week. A negotiated withdrawal agreement remains the best possible outcome in relation to Brexit. A no-deal scenario is bad for the UK, it's bad for the EU, and I don't believe that it's in any of our interests at this stage to contemplate such a negative conclusion to the UK's membership of the European Union. Ireland has always been clear that we want the closest possible future relationship between the EU and the UK. While it's perhaps not the kind of future that we had envisaged when we both joined the European Union many years ago together, however, Ireland is clear that our place remains a part of that union, a home that we help to build together with our EU partners. We must now find a way to imagine a new relationship with our neighbours in the United Kingdom. I would ask all deputies to support this motion in its current form without any amendments. While certain concerns have been raised and amendments put forward on those concerns, we understand that they are important, and the Taoiseach has already acknowledged that. However, I think a clear message of support for the draft withdrawal agreement text would send a clear message of solidarity, and as I've said at the very beginning, this has been paramount to this entire process. So I commend this motion to the House. Thank you.
Minister McEntee, thank you very much for that contribution. Now we must consider first and foremost Amendment number 2, which is in the name of Deputy Cullinan. How stands Amendment number 2? Is it being pressed? The amendment has been pressed. So the question is that the amendment be made. The Turkey and Tar Haven and Tar Commission, Aberdish Taw. Any at all, Nakunya, Aberdish Neil, Estonim Kulbu, Chair in Kesh. I believe the question is defeated. Vote all.